And we are back. Couch Company Podcast. I'm John. With me as always, Tyler.
Hello, I'm here. And we have a guest.
We have another guest.
Straight to the point.
Straight to the point. Love it. Jeff. What killed Jeff? We have Jeff Campese on the horn again. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. I'm here. Very excited. Probably my favorite episode of the year. I'm a little biased because I'm on it, but I think it's gonna be a real crowd pleaser if I can predict. Just excited to get into it.
Dude, I'm super jacked too. I woke up this morning. It was kind of like Christmas morning for me. I was like, I look forward to this episode all the time, like all year.
Is this better than Christmas morning for you?
Yeah, well, nowadays, yes. Because Christmas gets like worse as time goes on.
Yeah.
And then it's like the inverse. But this is like super exciting. I've been looking forward to this all year. I played a bunch of games this year in preparation for this moment. I love Jeff comes. He has all his notes. He's switched. He's with the times now. He has them on a tablet instead of his paper.
It's disgusting.
12 yeah, that's a pro, right? Like that's a big boy.
That's a
that's
He's got a big Apple tablet.
So for the listeners,
iPad, as they call them.
tablet.
For the listeners, I spent the night at a friend's house last night to get one more game in before this conversation, and I said, "Hey, friend, you have a printer, right?" He goes, "No, I don't believe in printers." I was like, "Fuck." So all my notes were not printed out. I'm kind of just. I'm out of my loop. I'm out of my element right now. I don't know what to do with this tablet. I don't like looking at it. I can't cross things off when we're done with them.
You have the best tablet Apple makes.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't like this piece of crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's such a boomer thing.
I usually like to come with like a stapled, printed out document with a pen and a highlighter.
I can't even judge you. Like I got an iPad mini to take notes, and it was like the what is it, like a 7-inch tablet.
Yeah.
So I'm like, this is exactly the same size I use to write notes for work, and I already switched back to just like I have a stack of legal pads.
Oh yeah,
I'm just going
the yellow
through
ones.
and stuff. Yeah.
You know, and I'm looking at this thing. It's in like dark mode or something. And I'm like, how do I turn off dark mode? I'm like, I can't be bothered with it, and so now it's like,
is it just
all
notes?
fucked up.
Is it just Apple Notes?
No, it's Google Docs. Because I don't know what Apple
I
Notes.
think it'd be better
is.
if it was a Notes app.
Yeah,
because then you could use your pen.
I don't know. And then I highlighted stuff, but now because it's in dark mode, it's like not highlighted. So I'm all.
You're a mess.
This is it's been a hell of a week, and this is just like capping off the week with the fact that I don't have a printed out document for this podcast.
I don't even have a printer that it could be like, oh, just send it to my printer. It's like, I don't believe in printers either.
You don't believe in printers? I have a printer, Jeff.
Look, I believe in them, but like,
send it to me, and I got you.
We do this once a year. My ink would be dry.
Yeah.
Like
I print. I don't know, dude. Hey, look, I print. I believe in printing. Dude, here's the thing. I'm on Jeff's team here where it's like pencil and paper will always be the best way to go. You can do anything you want with that. If you want to draw a little doodle, boom, right in the corner. And you might be saying, "Oh, John, you can draw a little doodle on the iPad." Well, what if you want to shade it with the pencil?
iPad actually is pretty good with that.
Nah,
you can shade it with a.
It's not better than graphite.
It's pretty close. It's pretty.
I mean,
it's good.
What if I want to crumple it up and throw it away? A little basketball shot. Can I do that with my iPad?
You can. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I have to open another app, a little basketball app, maybe, but.
I'm just out of my element is the point that I'm getting at, but excited to be here, excited to talk about games. One of my favorite things about this episode is the fact that we all play different games, right? Especially in a year that's so dense, right? It was impossible for each one of us to get to every single game. I'm missing out, and we'll get to it later, but I missed out on a couple of bangers. So my list is obviously going to be a little bit different than John and Tyler's, so I'm excited to hear their list. I'm excited to hear my own. Say it out loud on the air, get it out, get all the hate, the feedback.
Yeah.
And thank you for having me.
I'm excited because I view this as like we're shutting the book on 2023. Like we've been talking about a lot of these games. We're finally getting our final thoughts out. And like I always love the new experiences coming, which is probably a terrible way to do life, but I'm really looking forward to like, okay, like this is the final culmination of everything, and then like this sets us up for like January, which already like just January and February, there's like what would you say, like five or six games that are like everywhere from Tekken to Final Fantasy, you know? So
good. It's a good moment in gaming right now. It's a good time to be alive if you're a gamer, and I'm super excited too. I love hearing you guys' thoughts. So let's jump into it. Before we start with our Game of the Year talk, Tyler had a couple things he wanted to say about some games you've been playing.
I'll be really quick. First off, speaking of Tekken, played the Tekken demo. They get you some arcade stuff, like so you can like do, and I thought that was good. They do what Street Fighter does, where you're this little chibi character running around, and you're actually just challenging people to Tekken arcade matches, and that's how you level up in that. Kind of neat. It's whatever. But then I played the story mode of Tekken because they're like, you can play the first chapter of story. I don't know what I was thinking, but like the first chapter is literally one fight. Like
really?
That's it. But better than Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken 7 for sure. Like this, it's literally Kazuya and Jin fighting, and they're yelling at each other, and you do like a round, and then the moment the round's done, it seamlessly goes into like a cutscene of them like just beating the crap out of each other in like an anime style thing or whatever. And the way that they threaded like all of the rounds together and like what happens and everything was so well done. Like it was leaps and bounds better than 7. Like I am very like still I don't want to like get too crazy, but like I am very excited for this because it's like it's setting the series up while still kind of going back to the basics where it's just Kazuya this time, but he's just like, this world sucks. I rule it now. Here's the King of Iron Fist Tournament 8. Come fight me. If you lose, I'm wiping your country off the face of the earth. It's like,
and this is coming from a Tekken ignorant. Kazuya is the bald lightning hair guy.
No, that's Heihachi who I'm going to put in air quotes, died in 7. Do I think Heihachi's going to probably come back in this one? Probably. Like no one's ever really dead. But in the first Tekken, in the very first Tekken, Heihachi throws his kid son off a cliff. Classic. He climbs back. Kazuya beats Heihachi in the first one. Then Heihachi takes Kazuya in the second one because he climbs up the cliff and comes back, throws Kazuya into a volcano. Then in the third one, Jin takes Heihachi and quote unquote kills him, Heihachi kills Jin. But then Jin makes a pact with the devil, this whole thing. And then in the fourth one, Heihachi finds out that Kazuya's body was apparently recovered in the volcano, and they reanimated his corpse. Yep. So then it's a whole thing. But anyway, now we're at 8, where Kazuya,
are they away from the volcano? Like, are they?
They need to find it. No, 7 they fought on a volcano.
Okay, so they're not moving away from this.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a theme. But yeah, Heihachi died in 7, and now it's Jin going after because Jin was kind of like Jin was this replacement character because Tekken. I don't know if this was longer than I expected. I'm sorry. Tekken 3 was like, hey, all these characters that you liked. It was like how Mortal Kombat introduced all the kids essentially.
Yeah. The younger ones.
Yeah, it was kind of like that, and then they kind of blended them together and stuff. So Jin was like kind of this like naive, nice-ish kid in 3, and then 4, he like just took over this empire and was a jerk and declared war on things. And in this one, he's like, I have to make up for lost time. So they're kind of like soft retconning things. But how anime this thing is he's taking a motorcycle, like drives up this like police car ramp, smacks onto the side of a skyscraper building, and just drives vertically up the building, launches off the rooftop, takes his motorcycle, throws it into a helicopter, and that's how the first fight starts. Where like the helicopter crashes down, and then Kazuya just like walks out of the fire, and he's like, I guess we're going to fight now. And they're father and son, by the way. So it's a whole thing.
Yeah. I love when Tyler talks about Tekken. It's like a little kid, like just reliving.
Well, like the crazy thing is, I fought like playing people. I don't know like half the characters now. Like I know all the like the original guys, but they have so many.
You played
new
all of them.
Well, they kept coming out with guys that I didn't play in 7. So it's
Yeah.
like there's a ton of new people. There's new people here. Blade's in this one. It's not Blade. His name's Raven, but it's Blade.
Blade.
it's wild. And just all that being said, the way that the story is blended into the fighting, if that, like that, I'm granted, I played one match and then it was like, that's the demo. Thanks for playing. If that is the entire campaign, oh my gosh, is that going to be wild?
Yeah.
Like, that's why when you were like, I'm not going to play Tekken, it's like, this is already better than Mortal Kombat in my mind.
Yeah,
It looks amazing.
I would just play the story mode though. That's all I would do.
Yeah, well, you could play bowling. There's Tekken bowling in there.
Wait, what?
Oh, that came in 3, where like you literally bowl, and every character has their own like strength and technique and stuff like that, and you bowl.
That's
You
a
bowl.
whole different game mode.
Yeah, there was Tekken bowling. There was Tekken volleyball. Yeah, yeah.
I just don't understand how you don't like anime, and I also feel like Yakuza Like a Dragon is a perfect game for you. Like, I'm just from
It is. Yakuza is a series that like I want to get into, because it's like, hey, what if Shenmue was like stylish, right?
Sure.
Like, what if it was like, so
modern.
I'm not against it. Yeah, I'm not against it.
I think it comes back like they got in when he was a kid, and now he's
Yeah.
in. You know what I mean? But it's hard to get Tyler in. But once he's in, it's like you got him.
To be fair, though, Tekken has gotten way more anime over the course of the year. Before, it was like pretty grounded, like, hey, we fought, I'm throwing you onto a volcano, right?
Yeah.
Ish. But like,
There's a lot of volcano throwing. I
it
don't know, that
eventually,
seems
it eventually
very
got
anime.
more and more wild. In the
Yeah.
but the graphics are so good now that it's like, it's so seamless. Like, the only kind of like tell is it goes from 120 frames a second down to like 60,
Right.
but it's not so bad that it doesn't like it's
As long as it's steady, that's all that matters.
yeah.
Yeah. I was actually watching Maximilian Dude. You guys know who that is? He's
Yeah,
a big
streamer.
Yeah, he's a big fighting game guy. His story is incredible, by the way. He's one of my favorite streamers, so you should definitely check him out. But he got to play, I don't know if it was just the demo or he got to play a little more of it, but he said that the story mode's very Jin focused, so I don't know if that is good for you or deters you.
For me,
He was a little disappointed by that and hopes that they, because like other story modes in Tekken, they kind of hop around to different characters, right? So he's hoping that they do that.
yeah.
But from what he played, it was very Jin focused.
Did he play more than the demo?
I don't know.
So
I
the
don't know.
demo, yeah, like, but
The
again,
demo's
it's
all
one
Jin.
fight. Like, you just play as Jin. So I'm assuming like
He might have played
chapter
more.
2 would be like who's
I don't know.
next.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm not 100% sure.
It's cool though, because like it's like the TV camera and it's all cutscenes, and Kazuya's in his devil form, and he's like just somehow takes over the airwaves across the globe, and he's speaking in Japanese that apparently everyone can like understand or whatever, and he's just like, yeah,
It's anime.
I rule
Google
this
Translate.
world.
Everyone speaks Japanese in anime. Like,
Well, no, because everyone speaks their native language, which is really cool now, because they didn't used to do that.
Yeah.
So he's
He's
speaking
awesome.
that,
That is awesome. I love that.
but like as he's talking, it's cutting to people where it's like you have like Lily, who's watching him in her like super pink flowery bedroom on her like laptop, and then you have like the Steve the boxer who's like pushing through the crowd to see, but it's cutting to all the different fighters. And,
Yeah.
like I got goosebumps. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, they're all coming together,
cool.
and they're like, we're gonna fight in this tournament.
I will say, I wish Street Fighter had like a proper campaign, like story mode, because they were trying something different and new, like the make your own fighter thing, which is, I think it was very hit or miss for people. But because I really like the character, like fighting games do such a good job of like character design, right? Because it's like half the battle there. You have to make the characters unique and interesting, because it's so focused on the character and their moves and stuff. So I always get like super excited, like, wow, these guys look so cool, and what's their story, what's their background. So I wish that was a little more explored. But yeah, maybe I have to check it out.
Definitively, this looks just so much better than any other fighting game.
Really?
Like, it is.
I thought Mortal Kombat
wild.
looked really good though. Like
It-
the character animations look so good in that
It
game.
does.
Yeah.
And this is just so much. They're different styles for sure.
Right.
Mortal Kombat looks almost like plastic compared to how this game is just
Fighting
bad
words.
word.
Yeah.
Well, no, like it's a different style. And Mortal Kombat looks good, but it looks very like video game. Like this is just so detailed. Maybe almost too detailed. It might not be your cup of tea, but it's just so very, very, very detailed and almost like realistic looking, despite the anime.
I think for me, I probably gravitate more towards like the Guilty Gear, Skullgirls, and Street Fighter style of fighting game. But I'm also like not into Tekken. Like Tekken is very foreign to me. I probably haven't played since PlayStation 1. So those characters, like how you're describing them, is kind of like intriguing to me because I'm so familiar with Street Fighter characters that I'm kind of like, I'm not going to play Street Fighter 6 because I already know that the campaign's a little bit different. I don't feel like I need to make my own character and experience that. But I'm like, if there's like a host of new characters in Tekken 8 that I know nothing about except for like the cyborg ninja guy because I like got sucked into a YouTube rabbit hole and like
Yoshimitsu,
dove really deep into his. I don't know anything about any of the other characters, so it's kind of like appealing to me.
Yeah,
I'd want to play as Panda or King.
Yeah.
They're not the same person.
I know Panda. No.
Panda's a panda.
Oh, Panda is literally
King's,
a panda, which is awesome.
King's the tiger.
King's apparently
Jaguar,
a guy who wears the jaguar mask.
Yeah, which I'm sure they have like a tiger.
It's a mask. I thought it was a head.
They
I thought
say it's a
I thought
mask,
he was a humanoid.
but
mask.
he makes jaguar sounds.
He's a wrestler. That's just his.
Yeah, but he
his
makes
persona.
perfect jaguar sounds.
Yeah, that's how good he is. He's a goddamn professional.
That's not possible. I think they retcon something or something. Like there's no way.
No,
like the old
in the-
games, it was a tiger.
In the very, very first game, in the cutscene, you
Yeah.
literally see the back of his head because you never see his face,
Right.
But you see the back of his head and you see him put on his
Yeah,
jaguar.
I
mask.
love stuff like that where
Yeah.
you never see a guy's face or
Yeah.
like Master Chief until they ruin
Until they
it
put
when
the
they
TV
do.
show on.
Yeah. Oh my.
Speaking of
God.
this is great. So speaking of TV shows, this is the other thing I wanted to say. Holy crap! Twisted Metal is the greatest show.
I told you.
I cannot believe.
I told you.
So there are very few, I'm like tearing up how much I love that TV show. There are very few TV shows where I'm so hooked where I'm like, I'm binging through this. For whatever reason, Good Omens was another one where, to be fair, I was sick when I watched that, but I was like, this is so good. I'm just going to keep watching it. Twisted Metal was the easiest, fastest, like I knocked that out in like 2 days. Like John got on Plex and I'm immediately like done. I cannot believe how funny, well shot, good effects, good character development. Oh my God. Look, Last of Us is very well shot. It's really good, but it's also a known quantity. I completely recant saying that Last of Us, like
Told you.
And I understand it's like the whole, there's like recency bias and stuff. This show is way better than has any right. Like I was texting people like, you got to watch this show. Like I was like, Chelsea's going to watch it. Like it's so good.
What did I tell you on our when we were watching the
so
Game
good.
Awards? I was like, look, I have heard that this is a surprisingly good show. Everyone said it, and Tyler's like, no, I can't believe it. Blah, blah, blah.
I couldn't
like,
think of how you
Exactly.
would even get in there. But at the very end, when it's like, because like Twist, it's not even like there are Easter eggs and everything, and I was catching a lot of it. But then you go in the rabbit hole of like, well, what's the Twisted Metal lore, which is bonkers.
Oh yeah,
really?
Because every game is like reinventing everything.
Right,
Like it's
right.
such a weird thing, and there's
Yeah.
so many fan theories. It's fun, but like, holy crap! Because at the end of it, it's like, there's going to be a race and and like they start like flashing. I'm a sucker apparently for people like flashing to characters because I'm like, they're getting the band together.
Yeah.
Man, it was so good. Dude, Anthony Mackie, again, like I'm never a big fan of his in general. Like when he was up on stage at Game Awards, I'm like, okay, whatever, get off. But like, he's a good actor. Like
I
he's
thought he did
pretty,
very well.
Yeah.
I enjoyed him. I enjoyed watching him. Do
Every
this TV
single
show-
character.
TV show.
Every single, like freaking Sweet Tooth, who it was voiced by the guy from Arrested Development. Crap. What's his name? He did the voice of like Lego Batman, and
I'm not familiar with Arrested Development, but I know what you're talking about with Lego Batman.
I can't think of his name now, but amazing. Just it's so good.
I think that with that TV show, they did a really kind of risky trailer that threw a lot of people off with showing that sing off between Anthony Mackie and Sweet Tooth in the casino, where it was like the thong song. I don't know if you remember that.
No,
you might not have even watched the commercial, but I think that turned a lot of people off. Like, what is this? This is so like far off from like what we know as Sweet Tooth, but come full circle. You watch the TV show, you get like. You kind of get to know these characters and what like Sweet Tooth is doing with some of the other characters in the show and these like factions. There's like factions within the show. I thought it was a really fun watch.
I can't believe that they kind of pulled from they pulled the best parts of every different type of game that they came out with, and like all the different continuities and different stuff, and they made their own thing, and it's really good.
It is.
It's so dumb.
And I think this year has spoiled us in terms of adaptations, and I think it was it's about time, to be frank, right? Like, so we kind of suffered through the Mortal Kombat movies and maybe some of the Street Fighter anime, even though like I'm a sucker for the old Street Fighter anime with Vega and Chun-Li fights, but I think it was about time we got some really good video game and even like anime adaptations of video game things like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and it's been an awesome year for those shows.
The last thing is I opened up my window back there because I said my room was starting to smell like GameStop. I don't know why. I was just like, this. It's like, musty is not the right word, but it smells like a GameStop back room. And I'm like, this is gross. So I opened up my window, and I want to say maybe like a dozen, and I'm not exaggerating, like a dozen stink bugs literally like fell. Apparently there was like a pocket in my window, and I opened it, and it just started like pouring down. I was freaking out. And then I immediately thought,
like that.
how am I going to be a father?
I don't like that.
Because I'm like, I don't like spiders and
like
bugs
that story.
and crap. Yeah.
I don't like that story.
Maybe a bad
Sorry,
omen. Hopefully not.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I
Stink
threw them all in a plastic bag, put them in the trash. That's why there was the trash bag in the can.
Completely.
Because I immediately ran outside of the dumpster and tossed them.
Oh, wow. It was recent.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, anyways.
Okay.
No, quick recap from Tyler there. So, no, I think you're totally right. Adaptations have been on point as recently. It's like catching up, if that makes sense.
Can
right?
you talk for like 120 seconds about something? Because I really have to pee now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me one
go
second.
for it.
All right.
So, yeah, we're going to get into the game of the year talk in a second. But speaking of anime, you brought up Cyberpunk Edge Runners, anime of the year last year. Do you have, Jeff, an anime of the year this year? What do you think is the front runner? And if you need to think about it, I'll go first.
Yeah,
So one of my favorite shows this year of a new show is it's called Freerin something, I think.
Okay.
But I have been talking about it on the show. This show is so good. Essentially, again, the premise is it's about an elf. So it's in a fantasy world, and it's unique where you start the show at the end of the journey. They just defeated the Demon King, and they're coming back, and it's a celebration. And the whole show is from Freerin's perspective, who's the elf. She outlives everyone. So all of her friends, like the next scene, it cuts to them like you're at the main character, quote unquote, who should be the main character's funeral. And she's like, wow, like I'm taking this for granted, the time I spent with these guys and stuff, because it's nothing. And it's such an amazing show. It's so interesting. I love the concept. They do such a great job of shooting it from her perspective, because you'll go from one scene to the next scene and it'll be like 6 months later in one transition, because time is so much different for elves.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? Because
Right.
it's nothing to her. She's like 1,000 years old. It's a beautifully shot show. The soundtrack is amazing. This is like one of the shows where I'm like really noticing the soundtrack during the show, not like just the opening or ending songs, but like during the show. It's like kind of like Lord of the Ring vibes.
Ooh.
It's very good. The characters are great. There's actually some really good battles in there too. Like I thought it was just gonna be like a really slow show, which it is, but a lot of good fights and stuff. So I think that's my pick for anime of the year.
I'm going to have to jot that down and check it out.
I think you'd really like it.
And something that caught my ear while you were describing that was how elves perceive time. And I was just recently watching, I'm still into Arcane, like uncovering the lore of Arcane and getting different people's perspectives, even after the years it's been out. And they were talking about like the difference between Heimerdinger's perspective on magic, Jace's perspective on magic, and Singe's perspective on magic. And they kind of go through about like how Heimerdinger as a Yordle, he's not as invested in changing the now because he doesn't have death on his doorstep. He's going to live much longer than Jace, and much longer than most of the humans. He's kind of like comfortable in the now.
Right.
Jace is more about helping the now because he's been poor. He's witnessed death around him. He's friends with Victor, and he's trying to help out those around him. And Singed is like this proponent of death. He's comfortable with death. He knows death. He is trying to manipulate death. And those different factors in Arcane, I didn't quite pick up on my first watch through. So that kind of caught my eye when you were describing that your anime of the year. My anime of the year, I started off with a show called Finland Saga. I don't know if you've heard of it.
It's one of my favorites. Vinland Saga I told Tyler to watch it.
It's very similar to the live action show Vikings, which I really loved up to like season 4 or 5. And I watched all of it, but really the seasons with Ragnar were awesome for me. So Finland Saga kind of filled that gap of Vikings for me. I really enjoyed watching it. But my anime of the year probably goes to Blue-Eyed Samurai, which released on Netflix. And this was a very big surprise for me. I didn't think I was going to like it as much as I did. I personally thought it did a pretty poor job of showing feudal Japan. And I think feudal Japan is a very difficult environment to show creatively or interestingly. It's kind of historically bland. Like the buildings and things around it are kind of... we see those in Demon Slayer. We see those types of environments in things like Inuyasha, and they're just very difficult to make creatively. And I don't think Blue-Eyed Samurai does that part well. But what it does do well is the characters. These characters are so interesting, and there's surprises. And I don't want to even say anything about it because it's a very short show. Everyone should check it out if you like.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I'm in. It's a short show. I can knock it out in these episodes.
It's a very short show. It's already been renewed for season 2, which is kind of, but not rare for Netflix. But I know Netflix has been kind of dodgy on its originals, and this is a Netflix original. And I can't wait to see what season 2 brings. It's a show where I don't want to say you can't get connected to characters, because you definitely can, but the characters don't move and develop in a way that you would expect. And I really appreciate that in an anime. So Blue-Eyed Samurai is probably my anime of the year. Good question, though. Thank you for sharing yours.
When we're together, you're like the only one I can talk to about anime, because Tyler's eyes just go into the back of his head.
Give me the lists, because I watched half of that one show that you're your favorite one.
Yeah. I knew you wouldn't like it, but you insisted on...
No, I kept falling asleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, to be fair, I kept falling asleep at like...
It was funny though. He was really proud of himself because he was like telling me like, "Oh, like I did, the 11s and this and that."
Yeah, I knew a couple terms. I don't remember a single thing about it.
Hey, Tyler, you watched the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah.
I think you should watch Vinland Saga. If you are not into anime, you will like Vinland Saga.
You told me about that way back in like when we were playing God of War, I think.
Yes, because season 1 came out in like 2019.
Yeah.
It is a 10 out of 10 show. It's mature. It doesn't have any of the anime tropes.
I can't ever spell these animes.
Vinland?
These animes.
Okay, well, saying it slower doesn't. I mean,
VIND.
Yeah, like
LAND.
Okay.
Vinland.
Where can I watch it?
I actually don't.
I
know.
watched it on Crunchyroll, but I think it is on Hulu.
It's on Netflix.
I do have my
it's on
Crunchyroll
Netflix.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on Netflix.
Right.
Although it's weird, the dub has 2 different versions. So there's a Netflix version and a Crunchyroll version. It's very unique.
And then I'm gonna pick the wrong one.
I know you might pick the wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was not that I was disappointed in anime this year, but I thought my anime of the year was going to be the new Fate series, and it launched. It launched its first episode in summer, and it's still on episode 1. Like I don't know really. I haven't even researched it because I don't want to get disappointed, but I don't know if it was like not continued or what. But I love the Fate series.
I thought mine was going to be Chainsaw Man, but then I never watched it.
Yeah,
I think that was maybe last year. I don't think Chainsaw Man came out.
that was last year. But the manga, I started reading the manga, and I never read. It's crazy. It might be one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life.
That's one that I do need to. I probably don't plan on reading the Chainsaw Man manga, but I'm going to New York for New Year's, so I do plan on catching up on Dragon Ball Super and Boruto on the manga because
Boruto's so bad.
I hear they both get really, really good.
Yeah,
So
200 episodes in, man.
I got a 9-hour bus ride.
Fair. I mean, like, look, I will always love Dragon Ball, so I'm in on Dragon Ball Super, but Boruto, I tried Boruto, man. I couldn't.
Dragon Ball Super is the blue hair, right?
Yeah.
There's multiple hairs, but you can say
Mainly blue hair.
blue, silver, red.
Super Saiyan God.
But it was a big deal whenever they showed a picture of Goku and what's his face with the
God.
blue hair.
Dragon Ball. All right. Anyways, so
All right, game of the year.
this is a game of the year
30
episode.
minutes in.
30
Let's
minutes
go.
in. All right. So if you were following along with us last week, we announced our categories. So we have those. Tyler's going to lead the charge here. He's got the Google Doc ready to go. Essentially, how it's going to function is we have the separate categories. Try to have a variety of different things, some fun things that you might not see in like the Game Awards show, some unique kind of picks and stuff. And we're just going to go around the horn. We might have a couple of like honorable mentions we want to talk about because I think it's important to recognize, some games for great things that they've done. Like Jeff alluded to earlier, 2023 is, I believe it will go down as a special year in gaming history. I mean, so many amazing games this year, studios. It was fantastic. There's too much to talk about, so I think it's worthwhile to mention as much as we can. So might be a couple honorable mentions. We'll have one pick for every category. We'll go into why we feel like that deserved to win. So you're going to see 3 different perspectives, and there might be some overlap. I think it's going to be really interesting to see.
Yep.
But that's how it's going to function.
Celebration.
Yeah, it's going to be a celebration. We have some negative categories in here too. I pushed for those because I think it's important to call people out when their game sucks. And again, as a preface to that, it's not the people who invested all their hard work and time into that. We're not calling anyone out, but it's just the product as a whole.
Yeah.
So it's not blaming any person, but it's just the game.
Sure.
Stick to the game. Yeah, and then we'll finish up with Game of the Year, and then I think we're doing top moments after that because it's going to be a little spoilery, so it'll be a little unique.
Yeah, we'll get the. I'll be good with the time stamps, but we'll do all the different categories like John said. We'll do Game of the Year. We are doing our top 10s.
Yes.
There's a lot that we're doing. Like, there's a lot of like, okay, we're going to do our top 10s, and then we're going to pick up 5 to do we'll see how that goes. We'll check time.
Yeah.
But
this might be a long one. But there will be timestamps. Tyler already started, so we got the timestamps.
Yep.
You skip to this point. It's right into the Game of the Year, all the bullshit at the beginning. But yeah, without further ado, let's get into it.
Right, yeah.
Tyler, what do we got for our first
All
category?
right, so we're actually going to start off strong here, and we're going to go with best character.
You know me. I love characters.
I know. I think you should start.
I should lead it off?
Yeah.
While you have me not having my notes app up?
I mean, we can skip you. But
No, I'm ready to go. So character, again, this is my bread and butter. Characters, as I've mentioned before, might be my favorite aspect of, these like video games, movies. Like the characters have to be, it's characters 1 and then story 2 for me. If I can't get invested in the characters, there's a large chance I'm not going to like the show or the game. So this one's close to my heart. I have a couple that I wanted to mention because I think there were a lot of great characters this year. This might be a surprise to you guys, but one of my honorable mentions is Peter Parker, Spider-Man, dude. And Jeff kind of called this one like he was like, I think this is the best iteration of Spider-Man. I think Yuri Lowenthal does an amazing job voicing Peter Parker. And he did a great job with the Venom stuff, too, because we got that edgelord kind of stuff back. And I'm going to mention this during the voice, too, because it goes hand in hand. But, dude, Peter's the best, man. Like, Spider-Man's one of the best heroes ever written. He's like, you can relate to him. He's your everyday, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But he's still crazy strong and powerful, and I just love seeing the dichotomy between this nerd scientist guy and then the badass Spider-Man. I like how he's a mentor to Miles. His relationship with Mary Jane, I like, how they're kind of developing that. So that was one of my honorable mentions, and my second one is Clive from Final Fantasy 16. I really liked him as a main character. And main characters are very hit or miss in a lot of shows because I think it gets very tropey. But I really liked him. It was much more dark than we're used to for a Final Fantasy character, which I liked, a little bit more mature. And I liked his whole arc where to me, the game's all about like he was destined to be like the icon, like the chosen one, and it kind of didn't happen. And they repeat that theme throughout. Like, you know, you thought your life trajectory was going to be this, but it wasn't. And it's him coming to terms with that and being an outcast and having all this horrible stuff happen to him and overcoming that. And I really liked the grittiness and the recovery with that. It's like he never wallows in that. He's always like, you know, trying to do what's best. Well, there was a little bit where he's wallowing, but yeah. And then
everybody has their Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, right. But I really liked Clive. I thought he was a badass. I really liked his story arc. That game really, I don't know. He really connected with me a lot personally. But my winner for this one is Chai from Hi-Fi Rush, dude.
Yes.
Chai is just such a lovable character. If you haven't played Hi-Fi Rush, you got to play it. If you have Game Pass, there's literally no excuse not to play this game. It is charming. It is funny. It was an amazing surprise shadow drop at the beginning of the year. And Chai has a lot to do with that. He is super lovable and hilarious. And it's like, me and Tyler were having discussions about this when we were playing the game. It's like, this should be cheesy, but they have the perfect balance of cheese, but it's still hilarious. And you're like, you just have a smile on your face when he's just being the biggest dumbass ever. Yeah. And I think it kind of reminds me of a little couple aspects of myself, like super gullible and like just free and, you know, childlike and all of that stuff. And he's just rocking out the whole time. He's like a big music guy, which I love. So Chai to me is my favorite character this year. I just have a smile on my face when he's doing his goofy stuff and just jamming out. It was just a great time. It was such a fun time, and he really led the charge with that.
Good picks.
I love Chai. So yeah, Chai was my runner-up for best character. I think everything that you mentioned is super great about Chai. My best character of the year goes to the Crown Prince of the Holy Empire of Sambrek.
Oh.
The leader of the noblest and most feared knights, the Dragoons, and that is Dion Lesage. Dion is a Final Fantasy 16 character. He's a side character. I won't say what all of his story arc is, but for me, Final Fantasy 16 did not fire on all cylinders. It was probably one of my most anticipated games of the year, and it kind of missed on a lot of things that I wanted, but what it did not miss on was story for side characters. So we got Sid, we got Uncle Byron, we got a couple of other really notable characters, but for me, Dion was somehow the highlight of the entire game for me. I thought he had the most developed and interesting character development, and I also think he had somehow the most interesting love story in the game. And again, I'm not going to say anything to what it was, but Dion continues to be like the background on my phone to this day. Like, I think Dion is such a cool Dragoon. Kind of going back to Final Fantasy IV days, I see a lot of similarities between him and Cecil, and even though Cecil's not the Dragoon in Final Fantasy IV, I'm thinking of Kain from Final Fantasy IV. And for me, Dion's story overall and how it concluded probably saved a lot of that game for me. That and Sid and some of the other side characters. My only disappointment is we never really get to play as some of these extraordinary side characters, but Dion really took the cake for me.
I kind of forgot about Dion. Dion's really
it's a great
good.
Pick.
Yeah,
I love Dion.
He's
for
actually
sure.
pretty solid.
Yeah.
So I do give an honorable mention to Clive because, like I was saying last week, I was shocked at how much I actually liked him as a main character. And to that effect, I mean, like Chai is also this kind of the same thing, where it's like, oh, I didn't think I would like him as much as I did. From Hi-Fi Rush, I do want to call out Cinnamon.
Yeah, Cinnamon's great.
Where I thought I was going to get really annoyed at him because he had kind of like the standard robot, like Zero from Borderlands, where he just emotes on his face. But it was such a interesting take where he would just draw his expressions on his robotic face. I thought that was kind of clever. I think you kind of get some interesting stuff towards the end where he's doing things for you and whatnot. But my best character, I have Quentin Albers. And from both of your blank expressions, so
we don't know.
Shadow Gambit.
Right.
And you'll see a common theme because as I'm looking through a lot of this stuff, I'm like, man, this game's pretty good. But it's a stealth game, has a lot of characters in it, and I know I was calling, which I know we hate saying, but it's like from a character point of view and how you have like your group together and stuff. It's like 8 characters, and I'm like, this is giving me really big Mass Effect vibes in terms of how much I love every single one of these. They're all unique. They're all like their personalities, everything. Quentin, when I first heard his voice, I thought it was the most grating thing in the, like, he talks like this, and I don't know, like it's like I was like, oh, I cannot deal with this guy. But he's considered a treasure hunter. I mean, they're all pirates, but he's a treasure hunter where he steals things and tries to like pawn off junk to people. But he's also always trying to like steal other people's stuff, and it's just like he's such a really goofy dude. But imagine a skeleton with a massive chest, like a treasure chest strapped to his back, and he has a golden, like a skull with a gold crown on it, but pretend the skull was like dipped in gold, so it's just a golden head with a crown. And his whole shtick is he throws his head for like guards to like, oh hey, there's a golden thing here, and then his like headless body can like stab them, kill the guard, and then he just stores bodies in his chest. It sounds really dumb because these are all like spiritual, like kind of like ghosty, like pirates and stuff. But his arc and his character, and he's just the most lovable. Like, yeah, he's a rascal, but he always is like good natured, I guess. So they're just like, hey, can I buy your arm, or can I just steal your arm for a second, or like I'll borrow it, I'll give it right back. And people are just like, Quentin, it's like, oh yeah, you jerk. But then the cool thing with this game is like you can go in and get backstory on everybody. So everyone has their like, let's call them loyalty missions, just to kind of keep the Mass Effect thread going. So with his it's him connecting with his father about how his father always wanted him to be like, a different profession, and him going into like treasure hunting and stuff like that was like he just always assumed he was disappointing his father. But the cool thing with this is he's kind of going through this like treasure hunt is one of his missions from his dad. And towards the end, and I don't want to like spoil it, but towards the end, he realizes, oh, this isn't really like a treasure hunt, so to speak. Like there wasn't really anything like treasure super valuable at the end. It was more of like he was just trying, like his father was just trying to connect with his son. And I was like, oh, that hits hard, right? Because it's like my dad's a real big, like football dude, man's man type of thing. And it's like, hey, Dad, I want to go to art school type of thing, right? And like we, throughout the years, like we've eventually come and like together and grew close. But like for whatever reason, and I know I'm never like a big family thing like you are, John, but like it hit home where I was like, man, that was a pretty good storyline or whatever. So anyway, that's my main character. I think the character just develops in a really cool way.
I love it.
I was gonna say this hit you, but Ragnarok did not.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, so
Kratos said I love you once. I was like, dude, you're missing the point, bro.
But I guess the difference is it's the perception, right? So it's one of those like his son is trying to be the thing that Kratos wants, and Kratos fashioning his son into himself within reason. It's like you have to be tough, you have to be whatever. And this one is more of like it's a misconstrued thing where like I always thought I was like disappointing my dad, but like I wasn't. He just didn't know how to express like he's still proud of like and nothing against my dad, but it's like it was slightly different than Kratos. I'm not saying Kratos. It's fine. It's good. It was just like I wasn't expecting something as goofy as this like gold-headed skeleton to have such a deep backstory. And then as you're going through stuff and you start uncovering these things, you're just like, oh crap! And then he sits down and has this like contemplative thing. Pretty nice.
I love. Cool. I mean, it's the best when like you can connect it to your life, right?
Yeah.
Like for me, one of the biggest tropes, I guess, that hit me is like when you're compared to your siblings or something, because that's something that's just affected me my whole life, because my siblings are amazing and they are really smart and they have amazing accomplishments. So like a Clive situation hits me really hard because it's like, oh, his brother's the chosen one and he has to be his protector or whatever. And it's like, So yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. That's awesome. I love how you can make that connection.
All right. The next one, similarly, best voice performance.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of overlap here, right? Because you can't have a great character usually without a great voice. And I just have...
Although I hated Quentin's voice. I don't want to be very clear.
So you're going to have
voice
different picks.
never got better.
Yeah, right. So for me, all the people I said, had a great voice. Like I said, Yuri was amazing for Peter Parker and Spider-Man, especially, like I mentioned, for the Venom part. Like, I got Sasuke vibes from Naruto because he voices Sasuke in Naruto. Like, the edgelord is like, oh, there he is. That's the guy. But my winner for this was Clive. I think Clive had a lot of very dramatic moments, a lot of guttural screams and pain, super dramatic, super over the top, Game of Thrones-esque. And I thought his voice actor did an amazing job. Ben Starr, I think, right? So that was my winner. It really got me teared up in those like really dramatic moments, especially like Tyler said, any of the brother stuff. I'm always in on that. I think he did a great job of like conveying that, like how much family means to him and all this stuff. Him and Jill, I really liked too. The more tender moments. I know it was hit or miss for some other people, but I really liked it. So I think he did a great performance. I thought there was range. I thought it was good. It really hit me. So Ben started a great job. That's my winner for voice.
Shout out to Ben Starr.
He's great. He was great, man. I thought he crushed it.
So for this category, I'm actually going to opt out, and I'm actually going to opt out of the next category too, because I don't feel like I can speak to one actor enough to warrant an award. I think I really struggle with these two categories specifically because I don't know if I don't have the ear for it or if I can't pinpoint one and say, wow, that voice actor really made that character, which really made that game for me. I don't know why, but I really struggle with these two categories. But I guess if I do have a shout out, it's going to be Keanu Reeves as Johnny Silverhand. and that's just a character that I just have loved since he come out. And I can't wait. I'm going to get the Johnny Silverhand forearm tattoo eventually. Like, I just connect with that character so much. I think Keanu's like kind of flat Keanu performance makes that character, and it makes a lot of sense for Johnny Silverhand to be this guy who just like goes against the grain no matter what the grain is. And that really, we're talking about like characters that resonate with each other. Like Johnny, definitely I resonate with him, especially through like high school, college. I was like, fuck everything and like, no, that's the instructions, I'm gonna do the exact opposite and make sure that like it comes out okay. Like Johnny and I are like kindred spirits. So my shout out for best voice performance is somehow Keanu Reeves in Phantom Liberty. So I kind of cheated there, but I just don't feel like I can speak on this category very well.
I love it how everyone loves him in that role, but they crucified Peter Dinklage when he came out with Destiny, and they recast him and redid all of his lines because like, oh, he's flat, he's terrible. Meanwhile, Keanu is not a good voice actor,
right.
But somehow it works from the writing to the acting, like whatever. Like, good on him, but like, good for him. All right,
I feel like it only works because his in-game character just is Keanu. Like it's just visibly him.
It's like like the stars align on that one.
People like him enough where it's like you're breathtaking. Like you can't. It's so natural for him.
He's a treasure.
So I'm gonna go with Ralph Ineson. Innocent? I think it's Innocent. But that's gonna be Loreth from Diablo 4 and Sid from Final Fantasy 16. This was one of those guys.
Wait, same guy?
Same guy. Yeah. Yep. It's the same voice actor. I thought you'd be like on top of that.
Laura, I mean, he was my boy in that game, right?
Yeah.
That was my guy.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was the same guy.
Same guy. And like, to be fair, when you're talking range, it sounds like him. It's not like you have like a Nolan North trying to do different voices or something, but it's like, it sounds like the same guy, but like good on him to have two like prominent roles coming into it where it's like he has a very distinctive voice. It's very gravelly. It brings a lot of kind of, like you sit up and notice, like when he's talking, like you're paying attention to him. And I can't say the same thing, like especially in like Diablo, maybe I'll give it to like Lilith or something like that. But like most of those characters, you're skipping through or you're just kind of like zoning out, and they're just like they're fine, but it's not like, oh, it's this person talking. Like you can pick his voice out of a crowd. So I just thought he deserved a shout out for being in two different games. That kind of
that's a great pick.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big year for him.
I like Sid a lot. Like when like
Sid was great.
Sid yeah, it was good.
That's probably one of the best SIDs we've seen in Final Fantasy.
Yeah, dude. I
I
think
liked 15 a lot.
You like
She
15
was
Sid?
pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, was she?
Yeah. I kind of liked her. Whatever. All right.
I need to go back and play
Leave it at
15
that.
because like Tyler says it would be right up my alley. Like a boys trip, that's like
Playing
That game's
16
written for me.
immediately made me want to play 15 again.
yeah.
And I know Kyle's probably rolling his eyes because like I never finished. Like they stole our car, and then it's like, well, I'm never getting that back. But like 15, it was so good.
Yeah.
It was such a good
Yeah.
future pat. Like that was the time period. Like whenever you go like high fantasy, it's very hit or miss for me now. Just I feel
Right.
like it's been done a lot.
Right.
15 is solid.
I gotta play.
Anyway.
I heard like the definitive edition or whatever is like actually pretty solid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fixes
runs
a lot
really
of
well
problems.
and
You get
everything.
all the DLC with it. The only problem I ever had with Final Fantasy 15 was like the story. Even with watching the movie, like Kingslayer, is still to me like kind of inconclusive / just confusing. But I think it's still a pretty good game.
Yeah.
All right. Sound design is next. What do you
Okay.
got?
This was a very tough one for me because I think there were. Look, when you have horror games, this is their bread and butter, and I talked about this last week. But sound design is crucial if you want a good thriller horror game. That's what puts gets the hair on the on your arms standing up, right? The sound element to that is so crucial. So I think there's so many games you can pick. Hi-Fi Rush won for the Game Awards, which sound is instrumental, no pun intended, on that game. And they do an amazing job with that too. But this might surprise everyone here, but I went back and my winner is Dead Space.
Yeah.
Dead
that's fair.
Space did an amazing job. And I know Tyler had some critiques on like location. I didn't really have that issue. I was able to pinpoint where the sounds were coming from. I know you get a little weird like when you're walking over bodies and stuff, but there's something about the metal grating noise that just made me uncomfortable the whole time. You're in this ship by yourself and things are in the vents crawling around and they did such a great job with the sound on that just to make it so creepy and my anxiety the whole time. I also sent Tyler a video. I was doing some research on this. They did a lot of like research into like because you have Isaac's heart rate while you're playing the game, and they would calculate how old Isaac is as a male, what the average heart rate is for that, and they would have his heart rate going up, matching with the player's heart rate, like in a similar range on like what the average would be, and that just spikes your adrenaline. It's like it's very hard to like quantify that, but it's like having that in sync with the main character, I think, is like such a brilliant touch. It's a really scary game. I was terrified the whole time, and that's all I can say. I just love the weightiness of you in this big suit stomping around, and the echoing throughout this empty ship. It's like so eerie and terrifying. And look, Alan Wake did a great job. I think either of these could have won it. I think Resident Evil did a good job too, and Hi-Fi Rush. I think those are probably the four I would put right there. But going back, doing the research, Dead Space gets it for me. I just think there's something about that sound design that really got me.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair. You said you're skipping this one?
I'm gonna opt out, but
Okay.
this is probably this is my last opt out, I promise, guys. But this is probably the category that I struggled with the most. I don't know if I don't have the ear for it or I just struggle with music or sound. I'm not sure what's going on here. I have a great pair of headphones that I play PlayStation or PC games on, but if I'm going to give like a shout out to someone, I'm going to give it to Hi-Fi Rush, just because while streaming that game, it got me like counting the beats. It got me like saying out loud like duh, 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 or slow, fast. And there's like an entire like, and this is not a spoiler, but there is like boss fights that very much incorporate that sound design and kind of give you a different kind of I don't want to say QuickTime event, but just a different way of identifying a QuickTime event with and through sound. And even all your combos, like you start counting the beats or you're looking at the environment and you're syncing the sound with the environment. And it's just that combo of cues that make the game really interactive from a sound perspective. Again, I don't think I can talk very well on this category, but if I had to give a shout out, it would be to Hi-Fi Rush.
And I will say too, like as someone, you guys should listening all should watch What Killed Jeff on Twitch. I had a blast watching him play Hi-Fi Rush, and he was saying "Oh, I'm so bad at rhythm games," and watching him progressively get better and find the beat and have these. And he was playing a hard mode. These rhythms are so complex and awful.
It was tough.
He was he finally got it, and he's popping off. It was hilarious. I was laughing my ass off. It was such a good time. So everyone should watch him. What Killed Jeff on Twitch, man. It was awesome.
And then you mentioned Alan Wake, and we talked about this a little bit last week, so I won't harp too much on it. But just that's 100% mine. I just think that all the little details bringing it together, the sound direction, is phenomenal. So I can't remember a better. Hey, you're in the middle of the woods, right? And things are happening. I think distance plays a big part of that too, where there are points when an alarm goes off in one of their paranormal towers or something, and it's echoing around and stuff like that, and you're freaking out. And even just down to the texture of stuff that you're walking on is very detailed, and you might not always notice it, but those patches of leaves. When you step on a leaf, it's a different sound than when you're stepping in mud, which is the dirt, or walking on a board going across a thing of water. It's so detailed. And then when you bring that into opening up the file cabinet, going through your files and putting stuff up there, and the way that people talk in your head, right? So it's always monotone. It's always you're not shouting in your head, right? So a lot of the time, the voice acting is very monotone, but it's that makes sense in context of what you're doing in the game. Same thing where when you're interviewing people in your mind place, how everyone a lot of the characters are normally very animated and stuff, but they're talking very monotone there. So the direction, it was just very, very specific. And I was saying, there were a couple times where my hair's standing up on end, and I have to get through a section because the whispering is getting out of control, or people are just screaming bloody murder, and it's just freaking me out, making me feel something, and just literal dread. That's big enough for me that I'm okay, well, and again, I'm big on positioning, but I could tell where everything was coming from. There were a couple times I had to turn around because I thought I heard something behind me.
Ooh, I don't like that.
And,
I don't like that.
Yeah. But that's it.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
That game. Chelsea was very nice to me. Where if she had to come in and talk to me or whatever, she would slowly open the door and loudly knock or introduce herself. She wouldn't just sneak in and tap me on the shoulder or something.
Yeah.
So
fly out of your chair.
Yeah, it was really, really good.
Yeah.
And then just my honorable mention would be Spider-Man, which I'm just sucker for the way that they seamlessly kind of do the swing, and you're out of breath when you're swinging and stuff that we've already talked about. But for everything that we talked
through
about
the
with
controller
Spider-Man,
too, I thought was really cool.
Controller's really
for
good
the phone calls and stuff.
I mean, there's literal just minutes of dialogue, just randomly people on the street and stuff that people TikToks are constantly where they sit down there and it's just two construction workers talking about whatever, or a mother is talking about her new baby, or what. It's just tons of stuff that's really, really, really cool. And then I have a dishonorable mention, which is Super Mario Wonder. Why?
I already know.
Why do you change the sound effect of the fireball? That's
so funny.
It is
not expecting
terrible. It is bad. The pipe they changed too. It's close enough. It's fine.
It is.
But the fireball sucks.
I thought you were going to talk about the talking plants.
I thought it was going to be the plant too.
You mean the little flowers and stuff?
Yeah.
First of all, it's not plural. It's one. And
What?
which freaks me out. There's only one flower that speaks, not the prince, not the main character.
yeah.
It's one miscellaneous flower that shows up in every level. And this is the Nintendo character that you give voice lines?
Yeah.
He's been enlightened
From a sound design. I'm not saying the music's fine. Is it as catchy as some of the other ones or iconic? Maybe not. But the choices they make on some of those sound effects are bonkers to me. So anyway, all right.
No, that's funny.
That's my
hilarious.
I've got a couple of those. Okay. All right, and then we're almost out of the music stuff. Best music.
Yeah. Okay. There was a
John's
lot
category.
of amazing original soundtracks. this year, and I spent this entire week just listening to hours and hours of soundtracks because I wanted to get this right, quote unquote. Which is like, there is no right answer. I mean, that's the beauty of music, right? Everyone has their taste, and nobody is wrong. So my opinion on this it's not greater than Tyler's or Jeff's. Like, their opinions are just as valid as mine. That's why I love music. It's just all perspective. There's a couple honorable mentions. Music was amazing this year. I have a couple written down, but I want to probably mention more. I think Hogwarts Legacy did a great job. Whenever you have to go up against John Williams' soundtrack, that's a tough task. And I think they captured the essence of Harry Potter very well in that game and being in Hogwarts itself. So that has to have a shout out. I think a couple of the honorable mentions that I have personally is Baldur's Gate 3. I think I was a little bit lower on this than I should have been because I went back and listened to it, and they always have a great soundtracks. You know, Tyler was talking about Divinity Original Sin 2. Great soundtrack. I think their melodies in particular are exceptional in these games. They just have such an interesting flavor and vibe to them. The utilization of singing in this iteration for Baldur's Gate 3 I think works very well. The music is great in Baldur's Gate. I think they do an amazing job. My first runner-up, though, is a game that was not talked about at all during the Game Awards, which is a crime. Octopath Traveler 2 has an amazing soundtrack. And what this game does in particular, in terms of the music very well, is the character themes. There's a theme for every town you're in, every wilderness place you're on. It's all distinct and very memorable. And then every character themselves has their own theme, which I'm big on. I love character themes. To get the essence of the character through music, it says more than any words can. And it always plays at the end of their chapter, and I love that. It's just such a really great touch. Octopath Traveler 2, JRPGs have some of the most memorable soundtracks, of all time. And I think this is no exception. This was a really great soundtrack that I think was totally slept on. Should have been nominated at the Game Awards, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, my pick is Final Fantasy 16. And this soundtrack, I talked about it last week. It's epic. There's something to it. I love the choral component to it. And at the end of the day, I think the boss fights really are what make this. Although I do think a lot of the towns have great music. I love the guitar that they use in a lot of the different tunes that they have. But the boss fights are what takes the cake for me. The epic scale of it, it's so energetic. It just gets you pumped up for these boss fights. It's an incredible feeling. And then if I were to get technical in the musical element of it, the reason I really resonate with the soundtrack is I am a sucker for chromatic movement in bass lines, and this has a lot of it. So there's a lot of reoccurring themes in that. And that might not mean anything to you guys, but it's when the bass line moves down by step, essentially, step by step. And it's such a cool harmonic movement. It makes it super dramatic and cool. And I just love these tunes. I think they're super awesome and memorable to me. So that's my soundtrack of the year is Final Fantasy 16. I think they did a great job.
Yeah, I think the visuals of some of those boss fights plus the score definitely made them for me, even though the gameplay wasn't there for me. I felt like some of the boss fights either needed a difficulty amp or some kind of difficulty scaling or adjustment because they were extremely cinematic, and I think the score and music definitely hit like that. I remember some of those, so definitely a good pick. My pick, and I know that I somehow passed on voice performance and sound design, but somehow I feel super duper passionate about the best music. But my pick is Lies of P. And if you have not played this game, I understand why. It is easy to bounce off of. But if you do somehow find it accessible for you, you traverse this game, you go through its somewhat linear levels, and you find records, and they're kind of a collectible within the world. And you take these records back to your quote unquote safe house and you put them on literally a record player, and there's an entire EP for Liza P. And if a record is ever released for this game, I'm jumping all over it. No matter how broke I am, I'm buying it because it is that good. If you need a test, or not a test, but a sample of what this game has to offer, you just have to Google or YouTube Liza P with the word Feel, Feel, and it's a single from their soundtrack in game. And this is a single that really hits home for me. This is a single or a song that it feels like you send to like your ex on a drunk night, and you're like, please take me back or something like that. This soundtrack gives me goosebumps. And while I was writing all my notes for this show, I was just listening to the Lies of P soundtrack on repeat on YouTube. It is fantastic. The voices, I don't know how they did it. It seems like there's a number of different, maybe John can talk about this, but singers and instruments, and it seems to be like a joint effort between musicians, but it is phenomenal. It sets the tone for the game, and whenever you go back to your safe house, it's always exciting to put on like a new single, see what's in store for you. You're like, oh man, that kind of like reflected the level I just beat or the boss I just beat, and you're like, you start reading into the lyrics, and you're like, why is this here? Why did they decide to put this in the game at this point? And I thought it was really, really memorable.
That seems like it's almost like the Alan Wake type of thing too. Like after every chapter, they have like a song that kind of pertains to what they're trying to get across. So yeah, my thing, I'm with you on Final Fantasy 16. Like I like it a lot. Let me bring it up real quick. Make sure.
And that's very personal to me. Like I love the epic nature of it, because like my favorite music is like orchestral, romantic period, big. So that's right up my alley.
Yeah, I'm not big on the chromatic stepping of bass lines like that typically turns me off, but Final Fantasy did it. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
So, I thought you were lying. I was buying into that.
No. So
it's
I really like Final Fantasy. That's a runner up. I think that would probably be my second favorite this year. Octopath is huge. Like as I was going through the different soundtracks and stuff, like Octopath, like I was like, man, Octopath is a little samey for me, where like they have it's all fast, it's all like a very specific style and stuff, but it's really good. So like I get that a lot. Hogwarts is very good. I do want to give I'm not gonna give a lot of these. Starfield's okay. So like Starfield has some very good instrumentals where when you're looking at it from a gameplay perspective, some of those tracks I'm like, oh, okay, you're looking out into like just the vastness of like, well, nothing, but it's just like, okay, it's like some of this stuff pairs well. So I will give them their due on that. And then Jusant is actually another one, which is that climbing game, which is pretty good. Like as you're climbing and like the music is swelling as you're going up and stuff, and specifically in the finale of the game, there were some pretty good moments where I'm like, oh, this music's pairing really well. However, so for me, I got a pair of really nice headphones. And as I was going and I was listening through everything and doing all the different soundtracks, I kept going back to Baldur's Gate because I am a sucker for melody. So like if it has a strong melody, so like Original Sin 2, I think that's my favorite melody in a video game. It's between that and Ni no Kuni 2. But Baldur's Gate specifically, the tracks were pretty varied in terms of like what they were kind of. I feel like a Neanderthal trying to explain what I'm feeling to a musician, but it's like each one was different. But specifically with the headphones and listening to the theme songs, both like parts, and then they have like kind of like almost like remixes, I guess, later on the soundtrack. But it's like there's so much going on, and I don't know if that's just the headphones or because I was like my eyes were closed and I was just trying to listen, like just focus purely on the music. It's so intricate and involved, and like it's like, oh, I heard like this one, what like almost like back in grade school where you have like a ribbed piece of stick and the other one is just like flat, and they do like whatever it is, and it's just like I was hearing just so much stuff when I was really, really listening and focusing for it, and I thought that Baldur's Gate 3 paid that off the most for whenever I was just purely trying to listen. It was the most rewarding for me, I think.
No, that's a great pick. Like
yeah.
like I said, going back listening to it, I think it's way better than I gave it credit for. Like on my first go around, it's a great game.
But I think there is something to be said. Like when you're playing these games and the music is coming in.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy, bar none, for me is like it was like, you know, you were saying, Jeff. It's like the marriage of like the Final Fantasy, like the visuals and the music, and like it just worked.
Having to like meet the insanity that's on screen. Like you have to have a powerful score.
Absolutely.
And it's like to be able to match that, that's amazing.
Like it worked really well. Hi-Fi Rush. So like from a purely eyes closed, headphones on, it's Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
However, gameplay wise, Final Fantasy crushed it. Yeah.
No, I think all of those, and I think Alan Wake deserves its due too. What it did between gaming sessions, kind of like we were saying with Liza P, and that's a pick I didn't even consider. So I'm glad you brought that up, Jeff. That's something I'm gonna have to go back and listen to. Did really original songs after every chapter. I love that. That's really cool. So many great tracks this year. I mean, it's anything can win. I mean, it's beautiful. So I love seeing that.
Well, enough about audio. Let's, as we say it on a podcast.
Yeah, right.
Let's jump into most innovative experience, which could go.
This was an interesting one.
Ways.
Yeah, you can interpret this a lot of ways. For me, I'm just going to get right down to it. Alan Wake 2 was an incredible experience, and it was different than anything I've played in ever. It was really weird. It's like a thriller game. You know, it's like horror kind of thriller. And it just has really unique, components to it where it's like you have the flashlight that's instrumental to the gameplay. You have the mind place, which is like a really cool, component to it as well, where like you play as an FBI agent and you can interrogate people in your special mind place. Like it's her like kind of ability. You get to put things on the wall and just see how the investigation is shaping up. I really enjoyed that aspect to it. It really made me feel like an FBI agent, like in the room, like figuring this mystery out. It was really cool. It actually reminded me, I don't know if you guys ever played like Heavy Rain, but there's like an FBI agent in that one too, and he has like the glasses or whatever, and you're like piecing together the mystery as well. And I thought it kind of gave me a flashback to that, but it's such a unique, experience for that. And then you have the whole dark place stuff. It gets super meta. There's just so many components to this game that it's like super weird, but it works. And it's just like you can't describe it to anything else. And to me, that feels like it's innovative, right? It feels like it's fresh. It's new. No one's doing this kind of thing. And that's my pick. I don't know. This jumped out to me right away when we had this category. Like it's the first game that came to mind. So that's my winner for most innovative experience.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick, especially in a year of sequels and AAA. I don't want to say mimics, but a lot. There were, as awesome as this year was. Excuse me. There were a ton of sequels, a lot of games that were coming out and saying, "Hey, we're flexing our muscles on and trying to not necessarily reinvent the wheel, but try to do it better and refine that AAA experience." But yeah, Alan Wake. I did not get through Alan Wake 2. I'm really, really sad, but I think that was, looking at our categories, I knew that was going to be a front runner. For my most, I'm laughing because I don't even want to look at Tyler when I say this. My most,
you look me in the eye.
I can't.
No, here it comes.
Tell me it's Warcraft. Just go ahead and say it.
It's
World of Warcraft. Oh, no.
It's worse.
I know what's coming.
All right.
My most innovative experience was Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Get out of here. Going home. Oh, wait, I am home. God damn it.
Now, for the listeners, last night I spent the night at a friend's house to sneak in Super Mario Bros. Wonder before this show. And let me tell you something. That game is awesome. I'm just going to come out and say it. For all its faults, it did something that I did not think was possible, and that was a Super Mario Bros. Game surprising me. This was a game that my other player and I, every time we were hitting that wonder star, or wonder seed, I don't even know what it's called, whatever turns the level into some psychedelic, movie, we were like, what the hell is going to come out of this seed? And to our surprise, it was always something we never saw coming. The first ones are a little bit more platformy, but this game gets really, really intense. And we probably got a third to halfway through the game in one sitting, so it's not very long. We collected, we tried to make sure that we went back on each level to collect every star or collectible we could. But we just had a blast. Like, okay, what's the level going to turn into now? And it was really a surprise for a Mario game for me. And I have kind of bounced off a lot of the 2D Mario games. The last one I probably played that wasn't 2D was maybe the Wii U one, which was Super Mario 3D World, I think it was called. I could be wrong on that title. And we had a fun time playing that multiplayer. But this, with its new take on Mario, which, don't get me wrong, is blasphemy. It taints Mario in every single way. I would almost go as far to say that this is not a Mario game. But in my perspective, just like I think Tears of the Kingdom isn't a Zelda game, and I hate it, for some reason, this isn't a Mario game in my eyes, and for some reason love it. So that is my most innovative experience.
How do you feel about that, Ty?
No, I'll take it. Look, I get it. I think that me going into it, I was under the impression that it was going to be close to Super Mario World. Mm-hmm. Like there were reviewers saying that. Even Digital Foundry was talking about how like the movement and the weight and stuff, it was a little weightier, but still felt closer to Super Mario World. And it was a little bit snappier and stuff, more so than like the Mario Brothers U or new Super Mario Brothers or whatever, those things. So I'm like, okay, cool, because I didn't like the direction those were going in. And then I played that game, and it felt like they just took that and kept going. And anyway, okay, I accept that. I respect you. I'm happy. Look, at the end of the day, I'm happy you had a good time. Yeah. I think multiplayer probably plays factors in some of that stuff too, where like, I assume you were playing it on a television then, right?
Yes,
like, did you have a full-size controller and stuff, or were you doing like the little dinky ones?
I know Dwayne was playing on the Pro, but I was playing on like the Joy-Cons that connect to that middle part.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, like if I was playing with the Pro, and maybe that's just, I should have just done it to give it due diligence, but like I was playing that on a Switch Lite, and it was just like, my hands were cramping. I was just miserable playing it. I couldn't like get the timing right because it wasn't like, it's like, I know what I have to do, and I'm like not bad at Mario, but like the controller wasn't gelling with. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm happy for you're happy. All right. So
happy you're happy.
Forgive me, because this is like very much like gameplay. Like this is one of my favorite things, because I'm always on the look for like new, innovative, like, oh, what is this game doing differently that I haven't seen before? So I have a few. Against the Storm is it's an RTS, but it's like a city builder, but it's also a roguelike.
What?
Yeah. That essentially what you're building like a town to help like get resources and things like this for the queen. But the queen apparently is like not a nice lady. So like she has a bar that's just slowly filling up, and I hate these type of things. Like it gets me like very anxious and stuff like that. So you can consider her as like you're almost like racing against time, because if her bar fills completely, you just lose, right? While you're trying to fix and like do all of these different like events in the game. But it's all randomized, right? So it's like you might have certain buildings from this RTS. You might find certain workers, or you might run into certain situations. But you have to know all these buildings and adapt to different things in time and fill your bar up before the queen's to win. And then the thing is, it's not like SimCity or even like Civilization kind of, where it's like you just can kind of just go on in like this long game. It's like they're shorter-ish experiences. But once you're done, it's like, okay, now that's like a camp in your bigger world, and then you move on to the next one, like redo it and stuff. And it's a roguelike because like you, at the end of the like the run, so to speak, and you knock out like 8 achievements or whatever, then you get like, okay, well now the Queen's bar fills X amount slower, or you find more resources here, or rain doesn't screw you as much, or something like that. So it was like kind of this melding of 2 different genres, which you wouldn't think like an RTS is a roguelike, but it worked. I'm terrible at it, and we'll get back to that later on, but like it was fresh and interesting. Also on Game Pass, but it's very good. So if you like RTSs and stuff, might be worth a shot. Laika Age Through Blood. I think I'm pronouncing that right. It's Laika or Laika, Laika, Age Through Blood. This is, do you remember those motorcycle games where you're trying to like balance yourself through obstacle courses?
Oh, yeah.
What game is that called? It's like
Excite Bike? No.
It's 2D, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it a Flash game?
No.
They made Flash games.
There was
like
Flash
it.
games
Yeah.
I played like that. Like it was like, for me, it was like a dirt bike or something.
Yeah.
You're on it. Yeah.
Well,
I
imagine
gotcha.
you're doing that, and you're a fox riding a bike.
Yep.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have guns,
Yep.
and they're birds,
Yep.
and it's very violent, and you're essentially playing like Excite Bike through this Metroidvania level while you're like dodging bullets and shooting birds, and it's like blood and gore and everything everywhere. It's such a weird thing, but you're just motorbiking through this like obstacle course of Metroidvania stuff. Super unique, super hard.
Now I want to play it more. Like I wanted to play this game before you started talking about it, and I missed it this year, but I keep talking.
So the demos, you could play the demo too. So and like it's very interesting. Zach was actually the one that he's like, hey, this is really good and you should try it. I'm like, okay, like and that's actually a really fun game that you could play like portably. So like if you have like I don't know if it's on Switch, but if you have a Steam Deck or something like that, like it works pretty well. But everything about that game was like super interesting, really cool aesthetic. It's like it's neat, but that's a really good one. And then let's see, we'll talk about Dave the Diver later on too. But Dave the Diver just melds so many different things with like farming simulator, sushi restaurant, diving things, searching like Tamagotchis, like a lot of stuff, like Pokemon cards, a lot of things in Dave the Diver. But I thought that was pretty innovative, like pushing all that stuff together, and it just works. Storyteller is another one. Very short game, but what Storyteller is, it gives you kind of like a blank book, and it would say like, man falls in love with woman, and you would have to like, you have a bunch of different cards, and you have to put like, okay, you have the chapel background, so you put the chapel background on, and then you take like the male, and these are all like, think almost like cardboard cutouts or whatever, and you put the male on there and you put the female on there, and they like kiss, and then like you solve the puzzle. But they get like super complex, where but like way more complex, where it's like evil queen gets seduced by dragon and then murdered by usurper, who then is sad because his wife also dies, so he kills himself, and then they marry as ghosts or something like that. But like you have to like take all the different things and like put them together. Very short game. 100%ed it. It was maybe like a couple hours. It's one of the unfortunate like Steam games where you can like probably beat it in less than 2 hours, and I'm sure people refunded it. But it was very clever. It was really well done. Worth your time. I think it's pretty innovative. And now my winner for the most innovative experience, I want to talk about Backpack Hero, which I think I might have mentioned before. But Backpack Hero, you are a pack rat, and you have a backpack of like 9 slots. And if you ever enjoyed the little mini game of Resident Evil 4 and trying to like fit things in your backpack, this game takes that and then dials it up to like a 15. So the whole point of this game is it's just a side scrolling, like you're just walking like an old school, like think almost like an RPG, like whatever. And you open up a map, and you can kind of like pick where you want to go. So it's like, okay, if I go to this spot, I'm going to run into a fight. If I go to this spot, it'll be like a chest that I can open and different things. And you go into a fight, you fight somebody, and it's the turn-based telegraph, like, okay, this enemy is going to like attack you for 13. You're like, okay, attack me for 13. That means I need to get 13 armor and different stuff like this. So you open up your backpack and you click on all the different icons where it's like, okay, if I click on my shield, that gives me plus 10. So I'll click on that and I'll just eat the 3, and then I'll hit him with my sword twice and hit him for 14. So it's like this kind of like math problem thing. It's fun. It's whatever. But the cool thing is as you go through the game and as you unlock other not characters, well, technically they're characters too, but you unlock other items and things like that. There are some really wild combinations you have to do where it's like, okay, if I get a bow and I click on the bow, every arrow to the right of the bow will fire one shot or something like that. So then you're trying to be like, okay, well, if this bow is powerful, I have to save space for these arrows, but then the arrows do more damage for every empty space to the right of them. So it's like you can pack your backpack full, but then your bow's going to do less damage because the arrows have less. Ooh. It's wild. And then you get into these things where like they're like special challenges where it's like if you get this totem to the end of the level, you get a new character. But to do that, it's like the totem, every combat, after every combat, and you go through maybe like 15, 20 combats, it's like every combat, you can't have the totem in the same spot in your backpack. So you have to keep moving the totem around. Or it'll be like, you can't have 2 items of the same type in your backpack. So it's like if you have an armor and another armor touching, doesn't work. You have to move them and stuff. It's crazy the amount of creativity and different things that the items do. So it's just trying to find these synergy things. And I'm not even doing it, like I'm not doing it justice. Like I think there are demos out. I think there's a demo for it. Play it. It is awesome. It's so good. And then you build up a town and like there's like 15, 20 different townsfolk that will like give you different missions to go on, which unlocks even more things. And it's like a city builder. No, it's a very, very lame city builder. It's almost like Animal Crossing where it's like put a house here and you get +5 food or whatever. It's very good. Anyway,
I'm so glad you got to these indies because I missed so many indies this year. So I'm glad that you were able to pick and choose. And are they on Couchco Games, the website?
They are. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, they're so good.
Nah, Tyler, this is his wheelhouse right here, man. I love listening to. He loves the indie games, like you said, Jeff. He gets to them. They deserve the shout outs because I think when it comes to indie games, you have to have that creativity, right? Because you can't compete with the budget. So you can have these like amazing spectacles and such great gameplay and technical components and interesting. And I'm sure like a lot of like Backpack Hero is probably super rewarding when you find that OP combo, right?
Well, it's so dumb because there are these things where and it like some of the missions like not force you but like strongly, hey, did you think about this solution? So like there was like a quote unquote build where like every time you do like an attack or something, you're losing energy faster than you can like do the attack or whatever. But there's like one where it's like you can carry a barrel of like beer, right?
Yeah.
And you can click on that and do that as many times as you want. So you're like constantly giving yourself beer, and when you drink the beer, it either heals you or gives you extra energy. Plus, you could take the mug and throw it at people for like 5 damage. So like there's literally a beard. There's a build where you're just chucking beer at people.
Yeah.
And you just feel super powerful, like, I'm breaking the game. And like that, it's so neat. And like you get to the point where like you can have like your armor on and like all this stuff where it's like if you have a hat, like a helmet on, if you put it in the top row, it gets like +1 armor for every row below it. So like, yeah, you could put your helmet on your feet, but like, why would you do that? There are some like wacky achievements you can get where it's like, oh, wear like this foot armor on your head or whatever, you know. So it's just it's so cool. And then like at the end of it all, you're trying to bring back certain items from your run to your town to then put into other bigger, better items that unlock in the dungeons. So like you'll be making these really tough decisions where it's like, well, I really need this shield because I'm coming up against this boss. But if I take this shield, I'm going to have to drop these 3 gems, and these 3 gems are going to help me in the town. So it's like you're weighing the pros and cons because if you die, you get to pick 1 item out of your backpack to keep. And it's just like that never feels good.
Right.
So it's so good. And then every character is different. So it's like you have your normal pack rat, you have like this bird who has like pockets in his backpack. So instead of just like one backpack that just keeps expanding, you have like maybe like 3 smaller backpacks, but then they interact with each other. So it's like, you have a feather that does 3 damage, but then it does plus 2 damage for every other feather that you have in a different pocket. So you're like mapping things out and trying to come up with these crazy.
Maybe this game isn't for me. It seems a little, because I don't do well with strategy. I'm more of like a hit this button, it hits the enemy kind of guy. But I still want to try it out.
We'll come back to it because I do have it on here for one more thing, but like it's worth a shot. It's pretty cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
So Backpack Hero, Alan Wake 2, and what was yours again?
Super Mario Bros.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Sorry, I know that was a long one, but that's
most innovative. No,
that's so good.
That was great. Definitely, that's a Tyler category for sure. So.
Yeah. All right.
What do we got up next?
All right. Sorry. Best. Okay, so we did have best moment or sequence or best feeling in a video game. We're going to put that at the end because those are going to be spoilers. So we'll timestamp it and do everything, which I think we might have already mentioned. So best story.
Okay, best story.
I'm sorry because I relived.
No worries. So this is another one of my favorite categories. I love stories. I love narratives in games and anything. To me, that's like my second thing I'm looking at. Like I said before, like character stories, 1-2 punch. I thought there was a lot of great narratives, a lot of great stories games had to tell this year. So it was a hard pick. I have one runner up and then my pick. And my runner up is, and might be the only reason I didn't pick this as the winners because it's a DLC, but Cyberpunk really stuck with me. And I'm totally blanking on what the DLC is called now.
Phantom Liberty.
Thank you. This was a great narrative, and CD Projekt Red is it's another level when they come out with a DLC. It's just incredible the experience they can provide you with like an extra content. You're in this new part of the city that's kind of, distanced itself. It's its own kind of island from the rest of Night City. It's like this military kind of zone. It's so weird and awesome and hectic. But the narrative itself was just incredible. I enjoyed every moment of it. I was telling Jeff, like, it made me super sad at the end. Like, I had no faith in the world. It's one of those games that keeps me up at night. Like, wow, there's so many tough decisions to make. It was a great experience. So Cyberpunk is my runner-up. But my winner, Alan Wake 2. This story was unbelievable. And from a game that I didn't expect to play to like, I finished chapter 1. I was going to bed and I stayed up all night looking into what was the events of Alan Wake 1. What are the other connecting games? What's the lore? What's the background? I was in. It's hard to like describe. It was like, what in the world is going on? I need to know more. I need to like find out what's going on. And it was just an amazing experience, especially narratively. I think they did an awesome job. I don't want to spoil too much with it, but there's so many twists and turns, things I didn't expect. It's so well thought out. Like, you just know that like everything's planned. They just knew what they were doing the whole time, and it's such a weird, awesome experience. I love the narrative in Alan Wake 2, and like I am unbelievably excited for the DLC that's going to come out for that game. It's going to be sick.
What was the moment? Like there was a very specific moment in. Okay, so that was what
as soon as the talk show scene happened, I was all the way in.
Yeah,
all the way.
Mine was when you were at the diner, and like the waitress was like, "Oh, how are you holding up after so and so happened to your baby girl?" And I was just like, "Oh, what?" That's for me. Yep. That was the like a very specific point. Just like Breaking Bad was like, "Stay off my turf." Like there was a moment when I was like, I'm in. Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
Like, let's see, because that gave me
that was a great moment too. But the talk show cutscene thing was so weird and awesome. I was like, this is it. This is it. This is a sick game. Oh. So yeah, that's my favorite story.
You're making me a little bit jealous because a lot of the narrative games this year I kind of missed out on. I just could not get to them, including Alan Wake 2 and Baldur's Gate 3, which I know for a lot of people are those huge narrative games. I'm really glad you mentioned Cyberpunk, Phantom Liberty, because I did not put it here just because of like the fact that it's a DLC, but I loved what they did with Songbird and some of the scenes revolving around her. I was like, this is next gen. It felt so cool to me. But because I missed out on a lot of the large narrative games, and I don't want to belittle my pick because I do feel really happy with my pick overall, I just don't think it's going to be on a lot of people's like best narrative list. But for me, it was really impactful.
Super Mario World.
Oh, wow.
No, but for me, my best story was Diablo 4. And if I'm going to defend Diablo 4, a lot of people, this is an action RPG with a lot of loot, a lot of like shinies, a lot of exploding corpses. But for me, Diablo 4 has always been a very, very dark fantasy world that I've always really appreciated, and I don't think we see a lot of in video games. Even though Diablo is very much recognized, I don't see a lot of truly dark, truly gothic horror RPGs in the industry. And that could be because I'm not diving enough into indie games, but in terms of AAA, I don't think there are many that do it better than Diablo 4, even though there's not much competition. And what I really liked about this story, and I did not connect with Diablo 3's story, what I really connected here was Lilith and oh god, I'm blanking on his name. I had it pulled up here. Inarius.
Yeah. Yep.
Her and his relationship and how the Nephilim revolve around that, which has never been explored in like Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, like all the expansions. This is the first time they're talking about this relationship, and I really, really enjoyed that. Even if some of the story beats didn't hit, I thought the overarching theme and environmental storytelling was there, especially with some of the parts with like Mephisto and the other gods, and how it was a little bit more political than just like, oh, we're gonna rain terror down on the world. Like, I thought that it did a good job of doing that. And again, this is just a world that I've always appreciated. So Diablo 4 really hit for me in that way.
That's a good one. I agree with you. I was more into the Diablo 4 story than 3, which is almost sacrilege. Or like 3, I was just like, okay, well, I don't know what's going on. Like, I feel like 4 was obviously there's that history there, but it did feel like a clean story, like a clean start. It wasn't like, oh, Diablo and that's just like, oh, hey, here's this kind of like new bad, right?
Yeah.
Like, it happened before, but it
This
was like
was my
jumping
first
in point.
Diablo, and I really engaged with the story, and I felt like, Tyler was telling me, oh, this and that, he's giving me some background, but even if he wasn't there, I feel like I could have really enjoyed it for what it was, and it got me interested too. Like, I really like narratives that get you interested in the previous games, right? Like, that's how you know it's really engaging. That's kind of big reason Alan Wake 2 won for me, because I'm like looking up all the lore. So I think Diablo 4 is a great pick too, because I'm like, I was asking Tyler a bunch of questions like, oh, well, what's Diablo's role in all this? And who's the big bad in this game and that game? And, oh, these two had a kid or whatever, which is what you were talking about. It was interesting. So, yeah.
Yeah. So my runner-up is going to be the Shadow Gambit Cursed Crew.
Love it.
Where it's a stealth game, right? So, like, you wouldn't think that it's going to be this, like, heavy narrative experience or whatever it is. But the whole point of this is this ship lost her captain. It's like a sentient ship, right?
Okay,
So it's the Marley, and she can like talk to people and different things like that. But she hires this navigator, and then you have to go and like rescue all your different crewmates, get them all in the ship, and then each one has their own story, which is like like their loyalty mission type of thing.
Yeah.
You have this overarching thing where the whole point of Marley is she can basically like go back in time and it's basically the save state. So like a lot of these stealthy games, they want you to save scum. That's the whole point of the game. Is like, hey, try something new, try this out. But they bake it into the story where it's like it's the ship's power. So then the bad guy wants that ship's power. They start playing with that. Like the story overall seems pretty simplistic, but the heart and everything else that goes into it is just phenomenal. That all being said, it's a runner-up in that. For me, Alan Wake is just it's wild, right? Like it's
we got 2 Alan Wake.
Yeah, I thought a lot about it, and Alan Wake is just. I don't think another game propelled me purely on the story. I think Alan Wake's gameplay is not bad. It fits really well within the thing, but like I am a big gameplay guy, and Alan Wake isn't like it was competent in everything it did. It felt really good, but like for me, Shadow Gambit was it was the gameplay that was propelling me forward. When the story was just a shocking, awesome bonus. Where Alan Wake, it was like the story, man, just kept me going. Where I was like, oh, okay, I gotta see what happens here. I gotta go. Like same with John. It's like I'm on YouTube looking at the first game, trying to figure out like all this stuff, all the meta stuff that's going on. I'm going into like Control lore, freaking Quantum Break lore. Oh, let's see how Mad Max, people's fan theories with that, like Mad Max, like it just Mad Max, no, Max Payne.
Max Payne.
Yeah,
Yep.
Mad Max, no, it's Max Payne. But just like all that stuff is just wild. So yeah, Alan Wake is I guess almost like by default. It's like I have to know. I have like specifically for narrative. That's what propelled me through that game.
Yeah. Me too. I hate horror games, and it's like
Yeah.
I don't like being
Yep.
scared. I do not like being scared, and that story was so good.
Yep.
It got me through that game. Exactly.
It's crazy that like with Shadow Gambit, like I told you about the Quentin guy, and like that was like just a standout character.
Yeah.
But like you go from him, you go from there. Like there's a sniper in your party that used to be part of the cult of the bad guy that you're there, and like she knows all the insides and out of that. You have like this mysterious kind of like Spanish dude that you don't know what's going on. You have Pincus, who is just writing in his memoirs. That like every character is so like unique. It's crazy how all that stuff comes together. And like the whole point is you have to do their thing. They come into your crew, and they have to like overcome their insecurities, which then unlocks the location of the secret treasure. Anyway, it's very good. Okay. What is next? Okay, so best gameplay or gameplay loop?
Yeah. All right. So this was a tough one here. I actually have a really interesting shout out for this one. And I'm curious what you think. Like, this is another like Tyler Jeff category. You guys are the gameplay kings. I play on easy mode. I'm a scrub. I wanted to shout out Hogwarts Legacy. Nobody expected the gameplay to be as good as it was, man. Like, we were all talking about it. We're like, man, I wonder how it's going to function. The gameplay was snappy. It was fun. The spells, you could combo them. Like, you know, you had the yellow control spells paired with the red damaging spells. It was a great time. Is it the best gameplay of the year? No. But I wanted to include it just because of the surprise factor of like, wow, like the gameplay is one of the best elements of this game. Did not expect that to happen. I thought it was going to be like, oh, we're in Hogwarts. This is like the best part of the game, which it is. But right there, man, it was a lot of fun. Yeah. My winner for this, though, it was Baldur's Gate 3. And, you know, that might not be everyone's winner because I know a lot of people who play this game, it's not their cup of tea, this kind of, you know, over-the-top, turn-based kind of system. You know, it's very slow. It's very calculated. There's a lot of strategy to it. But for me, you know, I have experience with Divinity Original Sin 2. I think they do this so well. Larian has so much practice perfecting this kind of system. Marrying that with Dungeons and Dragons, it was perfection to me. I loved being able to utilize all the Dungeons and Dragons spells that I've been playing with over the years, theory crafting different builds, you know, having my group of 4 people. What classes do I want with? It was like as close as you can get to Dungeons and Dragons without just playing with your friends, right? And for that, I had to put it as the best gameplay because I just think they did such an amazing job of that element of Dungeons and Dragons where you can just almost do anything. I can push people off cliffs. I can explode barrels. Like someone can throw a barrel and then I can explode. I can throw people. I can, you know, combine these things. I can buff my one guy. I can do this and that. I just felt like it was amazing. The way they pulled that off, and what an incredible feat to do. People have been trying to make a Dungeons and Dragons video game forever, and it never works because it's just such a hard thing to put into a video game. And this is the closest they've ever gotten, and I just love this game. It's like, you know, me and my cousin are playing on super hard mode now, and it's totally different perspective, and we got to like be as min-max as possible. We're doing all the broken strategies. It is such a fun time. You can just go back and play it again, and you'll never play it the same way twice. And I just love the gameplay from Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, I hop into Discord every once in a while and I see you, or even I hover over it. I'm like, oh God, they're still at it. I'm just like, I'll leave them be. But yeah, I can see why that would be your winner for sure. for me, this is one of those categories where I could probably make an argument for a couple of games, but I just went with my initial gut reaction. And whenever I read the category, I instantly typed something out, and that is going to be my winner, which is Dave the Diver for gameplay loop. And Tyler was the one that kind of turned me on to Dave the Diver. It was a game that was on my radar. I knew I was going to play it eventually, but from Tyler's high praises, it kind of like went up the ladder. I was like, okay, I'm going to play this now. Dave the Diver does this pretty interesting thing where I was never able to connect with a what's the Nintendo farming one?
Like a
Animal Crossing, like
like a you're man.
It's
not Stardew Valley.
Well,
it's Sunshine Moon Harvest Sunshine.
Oh, there's
Land.
Harvest Moon.
There's
Sunshine Moon Land Harvest.
There's Harvest Moon. There's all these different Sims that I'm like, oh, I'm so jealous of people that are like log on every day and they're checking their farms and shit. And for some reason, I'm never able to like get it going. Like I'm never able to get to that point where I'm like, oh, what's today? But for some reason, Dave the Diver hit that like balance of you go and you collect your resources, you come back, and you're managing this sushi restaurant with these really interesting characters, with these RPG elements of like your waiting staff. And then from there, the game just continues to build on some of those layers, and it introduces new layers like growing and your farm and some different elements. And there's a couple of like RPG elements in regards to like how you dive and your weapons. And I thought Dave the Diver had a really, really fantastic gameplay loop. And the only thing that held this back from probably being higher on some of my lists is the fact that I played it on PC. I think if I was playing this on Nintendo Switch, which it just released maybe a month ago, I bought this on PC. And for me, playing on PC, this game did not hit that, like, I'm going to play every night. It was kind of, for me, it's difficult to sit in my computer chair and go through that farming sim element. I would have loved to, like, before I go to bed, just like pop it on, go through a couple of dives, and then continue that like for months. But because I bought this on PC, I boot up my PC and I'm usually being pulled in 9 different directions, and Dave the Diver kind of fell to the background. But that's not to take away how fantastic the gameplay loop is of Dave the Diver. It's definitely my winner here.
Yeah, I mean, honorable mention would be like, I think Hogwarts is a great example. Like that combat was very, very good. But Diablo, I think, is really good. And then as far as the gameplay loop goes, I'm with you on Dave the Diver.
Yes.
I think I was thinking a lot about it, and the loop is the thing, right? So like with Dave the Diver, you can pick certain things based off of the day. Honestly, Animal Crossing is a great example, because it's like, okay, like today I'm going to do XYZ. I'm just going to focus on fishing today, or I'm just going to focus on like selling all this stuff or building this thing or whatever. And that's kind of the same thing with Dave the Diver, where it's like, okay, I'm going to focus on getting as much money as I possibly can from a sushi restaurant. So you spend all the time there. Or if you're like, oh, I'm going to do the night fishing, and you have to like kind of make those sacrifices. There was always something to do. You are always progressing in a certain way. Even if it's just, I'm just going to dive and pick up all the trash I see because I want to unlock XYZ, it's worth doing. And I think that was huge. Like, I'm actually kind of not upset, but like I'm sad that a lot of the like quality of life stuff that they included post release, I'm like, oh, that would have been really cool. Like, oh, auto farming your fish, or you can like hire somebody to like do that for you, so you don't have to go back if you don't want to. Or just like from a UI perspective, is like, oh, the 3-star fish you can just keep there automatically and stuff, like dumb things. But Dave the Diver's pretty good.
Yeah, and I was able to check it out. I didn't completely finish the game yet, but I think I have a good enough chunk to have a firm grasp of what the game is. And look, Tyler's always on point. He's right. The game was really fun. It's one of those games you could just turn on at night, chill out, listen to some music. Yeah. Although I do like the music in the game too. I think it's really catchy and fun.
Yeah.
And I found myself like humming it a lot. But it's just it was a great experience, and it really brought me back. I always talk about like my childhood with Flash games, and it really brought me back to that. There was a lot of elements from Flash games that I love. It reminded me like a Learn to Fly with the penguin where you kind of go out every day and then you upgrade and get better, and or like a mother lode. I don't know if anyone played that game, but that's like where you're mining for ore. So you like dig into the earth. You're like a little drill or tank or something.
Yeah.
And then you just keep progressively getting better. But there's so many different elements. You have the farming, you have the sushi, you can hire people. That was one of my favorite parts of the game. Like putting out advertisements and then seeing the people that you get and be like, oh, this guy, like my favorite cook is like the guy with the Jason mask. And then my favorite server is the ninja girl.
Yeah.
Because they like scale infinitely or something. It was like really cool. So I liked finding new people. And then there's like a girl who's really good at going and getting resources. So it's like I have my team set.
Was the ninja girl the one that started at like 0 stars everything? And
there was like a bookworm girl with like glasses or something that was like just 1 or 0 or something. I'm like,
you have to.
You
have to.
Is she going to be like bad, or is she going to be like, oh, she's the best person in the game? So I immediately grabbed her. Or I'm like, I'll take that hit.
Yeah.
I'll clean the wasabi or whatever to like, that's fine.
Yeah, there was some character that started off like 0s everything. I was like, no. There's something OP about her. And then like you're pleasantly surprised, like, yes, this person rules.
She's like the second best chef or something.
And I'm a sucker for things like that, where there's like everyone's got their niche and like it's silly. The Jason. You got Jason cooking sushi, man. It's amazing.
You can go on like your little security camera for like you didn't get your other sushi restaurant. So it's like you take all of that and then you multiply it, where it's like now you have to see who's going to be your best like secondary manager that will run that restaurant by like you pick the menu, you do all that, so it's just it keeps adding.
You almost feel bad. So like when I picked, I was like, oh, I don't know who I want to put over there, because you're like trying to mix like your staff, and you're like, oh.
You're like, I'm running a really good thing here. I don't know if I can.
It's a great game.
Can promote you. You're the best. You're the best beer pourer, but I don't know.
Yeah, you need someone who can take drinks, and then I found that like if you can take drinks, and then the other guy can clean the dishes, that's a great combo. Yeah. And then I can just sit there and do the wasabi, and then anything close, I just take the plate there.
Yeah.
So that's
poor Dave. He's just so slow.
He's so slow. This guy's hustling, and everyone's so mean to him. I actually feel bad for Dave. Like everyone's just a jerk.
It's just it has a lot of
great
character.
game.
It is worth noting too. Like I did play a lot of that on Steam Deck, so like that and Dredge were two that you hit the nail on the head. Like that's a very good on the couch, just mobile.
Yeah, exactly.
David Dyer.
All right, there's the gameplay.
It's great. Okay, next we have we actually have most anticipated game of 2024.
Yeah, this is an easy one for me. Sure. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the game. It is circled on my calendar. I'm contemplating calling off because I think it comes out on a Thursday, so it might be Thursday, Friday. I'm off. Grinding that game. I am so hyped for it. I loved the first one, and I talked about my experience with this where it's like I never played the original, and the first one came out during like COVID, so this interesting point in time where everyone's locked inside, and I just fell in love with the story, the characters, that I went back and played the original, loved it even more, and now I'm super looking forward to this one. And this is such a critical moment in this trilogy because this is like the first games, Final Fantasy VII Remake, was the first like 10% of the game. And this is like where Final Fantasy VII actually opens up and like kind of starts, if you think about it. This is going to be huge. I am super hyped. I am really into like all the crazy shit that's going on. I know that that's kind of mixed on people, but I like the alternate timeline stuff and like the crazy stuff. Because I'm a Kingdom Hearts guy, so like the crazy bullshit, I'm all in on it. Like I'm so used to it.
Yeah.
And I don't think they go that hard, but like I am very, very excited and a little nervous. Mostly excitement, little nerves, because it's gonna be so hard to pull off. But I have faith because I think the first one was great. Like they understand what that game is, right? And I think they showed that in the first one, and now I have full confidence, almost.
No, I think Square Enix is gonna nail it, and I actually hope that they don't release or announce even any other remakes, because I know Final Fantasy IX remake is on a lot of people's lists. It was on the GeForce Nvidia leak, and for the most part, all of those games have come to fruition. And so a lot of people are just waiting, like, when are they going to announce Final Fantasy IX Remake? I'm completely fine with them not announcing that until they finish this. Because it is such a beloved game. They're taking creative liberties with it. They're not exactly following the original, which I also love. But you're right. Leaving Midgar is going to be a huge step. And from what the little I've seen, right? Like, I'm trying to stay far away from trailers. I think they're going to nail this. I love this category. Most anticipated game of 2024 is like, it kind of just, like you said, we're leaving 2023 behind, Tyler, and we're going into 2024. I have a couple here because this is one of my favorite categories, but I'll be very quick on them. Core Punk. This is a game that I doubt many people have heard of, but this is an MMO. And I rarely, almost never, ever try to get into pre-betas. This was one that I signed up for and I did not get into. I was very disappointed. But I believe the beta is out on Steam right now. But this is a over-the-top third-person MMO. So think League of Legends, think Warcraft, think Diablo, except in a true MMO format. And it looks awesome. Like, I want to play it so bad, and I think it's just it's different enough from all the other MMOs that I play that I think this has something to be truly special and to stand out from all the others. My next
RuneScape.
Yeah, it's like RuneScape,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
A little bit like
I love
RuneScape.
You should
RuneScape.
try V-Rising.
Really?
Yeah.
You should try
I don't know.
RuneScape.
My next is Path of Exile 2, and this is kind of coming off of my Diablo hardcore fix, which just I was juiced on. I was eating it every single day, except Path of Exile has like 100 bosses announced, and I'm like, I might never leave this hardcore mode. So I'm really, really excited for Path of Exile 2. But my winner is Dragon's Dogma 2. From what I see, it just looks like a more enhanced Witcher 3 with this super high fantasy world, a lot of different ways to play, a lot of environmental effects, a lot of different larger monsters to slay in a different way than Monster Hunter. So I'm just excited to see what Dragon's Dogma 2 is, mostly because I've stayed away from the franchise for a very long time, but I have very high hopes for it in 2024 as my hopefully RPG of the year.
Did you play the first one?
Negative.
Okay. Because I'm curious, like, a lot of people are unbelievably excited for this game, and I kind of want to get the perspective from a person who played the first one. Like, what is so special about this? Not that it's not a special game, but
From what I hear, each like individual class has a very like in-depth way of playing. Like, you could, if say you pick hunter or archer or ranger, I don't even know what they call it in the first one. You can be like a magical archer. You could be like a stealth archer. You could be like a marksman. Like, there's so many different ways to play. Listeners, I could be completely wrong. I could be talking out of my ass. But everything that I see from Dragon's Dogma 2 just speaks to me, and I can't wait to play it.
So for mine, in my heart, I really want to see Like No Fire from like it's the guy that like Hello Games. I don't think it counts because I don't think they announced it for 2024. So just know that out of all the games that have been announced, that's the one that I really want. Just playing the Tekken demo, I'm actually way more hyped for that game than I thought I would be. But I'm probably going to go ahead and stick with the Star Wars Outlaws. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's going to be interesting. I want to see that. I would love to even put out Star Citizen.
yeah.
After watching the demo for their single player mode and actually jumping back in, and like it ran pretty good. Like, it was like, okay, I can see what they're doing. There's still a lot of work to do, like polishing, but I'm getting a little hyped there. But we'll see.
Wait, is there like a release date?
No.
Okay.
No. They finished, I think I forget what their wording was, but they finished the single player mode. So they're going to polish it now. I don't know how many years that takes, but that will come out, and then they'll have the persistent universe.
It was like 5 years ago. My little cousin, who no longer plays Star Citizen, was like, Jeff, you don't understand. You need to pre-order now and get your $120 ship. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, you need a ship. I was like,
Yeah, I got one of those.
now I'm kind of like, oh man, I
It's
didn't
the
pre-order
first
and get
NFT.
the ship.
You can literally buy that like right now. You technically have more options now. You have a better like The only benefit of doing like buying in when it first was announced, which I did, like that was 10 years ago. 10 years ago?
Yeah.
This is the man. Jeez.
You
That
got
was
scammed.
that was
You
my
got
first
scammed.
apartment.
Got scammed, bro.
Yeah, so 10 years ago or whatever. But that means that like every backer goal ever I have. So
Right.
like if nothing else, I got a lot of like OG crap that I'll put in my hanger or something. I don't know, but yeah, No Man's Sky is my first, or like Light No Fire, like Hello Games, whatever they're doing, that's gonna be my most anticipated.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. Next,
2024 has its work cut out for it, dude.
Yeah.
Because 23 was a great year. So
I mean, if
it's
we're
gonna be
following
interesting.
my heart,
yeah,
Gears
GTA
of
6.
War 6.
Oh,
It's easy.
Gears of War
R.I.P. All right.
That's 2025.
unbelievably excited for GTA 6.
It looks real good.
Yeah.
That game's gonna be great. It's got to be the most popular game. Of all
So
time.
much twerking. There's more twerking in
Yeah.
that trailer than I
Yeah.
think in any other video game combined.
What a great trailer! They know exactly who they are. Like Rockstar just knocks that out of the park,
Yeah.
and they're like, let's take every Florida meme ever. put it in a
Digital
trailer.
Foundry was funny because they were like, okay, well, if you look past the girl's twerking butt, and if you look at the stair stepping here, we're thinking that the trailer is in 1440p or whatever.
Yeah, they were counting pixels.
Yeah, and they're like,
yeah.
oh, this
Funny.
reflective occlusion is really cool. So if you zoom in, ignore the guy holding his crotch, but if you look at the puddle underneath him, it's like reflecting the car behind it, which means that ray tracing's turned on here. It's like, man, that's pretty cool.
funny.
They were laughing at themselves. They're like, we're a meme, but that's fine. Okay. Best streamable game of 2023. I have no idea. This is one I'm going to bow out of. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to leave this up to Jeff. As a watcher of streams, I will say Hi-Fi Rush last minute here because I just had I can't describe how much of a good time I had. You know, I wish I could figure out how to clip stuff because I really wanted to clip that like boss fight you were doing. It was just so funny. I said D4, Diablo 4. At the height of Diablo 4 when it's coming out, all the big streamers were on it. They were trying to do those hardcore runs, and I got into the hype of like seeing who's going to get there first. And I know Shroud was like really into that and stuff, and I would check him out. So that was my streamable game from the perspective of a watcher. I had a lot of fun with that. I thought the hype was really big for Diablo 4, and they did a really good job with that.
Yeah, I think as a watcher as well, if you're buying into the whole D4 event, that whole month that it released of getting to the level 100 on hardcore, the first 1,000, you get your name on a statue, and all the big streamers doing it, like that was a special time. As a streamer myself, I was a little bit mixed on this category because I don't stream multiplayer games. I think there's a host of multiplayer games out there that probably deserve this award, but for me as a streamer, right, these are our personal awards. I pretty much only stream single player games exclusively on PlayStation just because my PC doesn't need to take the hit on CPU usage. I kind of have an outdated PC, so and PlayStation is my platform of choice. With that being said, I had a blast playing Lies of P on stream, and this kind of goes back to it really felt like I was playing Elden Ring in a lot of ways. I was fighting bosses with different weapons that were not advantageous. I had my kill count up there at okay, I died 50 times. Like, am I going to kill it within the next 5? Am I going to kill it within the next 10? This is, for a lot of people watching, is enjoyable to see just the sheer torture that you go through playing these types of games. But whenever you do beat that boss, you beat that thing, and this could be just like me speaking from a streamer perspective, it is just sheer enjoyment. Whether you have 1, 2, 10 people watching you, it doesn't even matter. You're completely taken out of the streaming zone, and you're just like, yes, like this feels amazing. And I had probably 4 or 5 bosses that went that way during Lies of P, and that doesn't even go and talk about like the environment and how cool some of like the environmental storytelling was. And I really am gushing about Lies of P because I think that game is incredibly special. I think it's kind of like a cult classic for 2023. Not a lot of people either have played it or given it its fair share. especially the Game Awards. I'm going to call you out on some of those like action adventure games, and it was only nominated for RPG, which felt like the wrong category from my perspective. But my best streamable game of 2023 was Lies of P.
Do you think it's like a Bloodborne-esque, like looking back, people will be like, wow, this was like an amazing experience? Because like I feel like Bloodborne was kind of like that, right? Like you had the people who loved it, but it wasn't.
Bloodborne got more.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. I know like Elden Ring did. Elden Ring got all the praise, deservedly so. But I thought that Bloodborne was more maybe in this camp. Maybe it got more praise, but I think like people looking back, like they're like, wow, Bloodborne's like one of the best.
Got a benefit, and this is so stupid, but Bloodborne got a benefit because it was a PS3 exclusive. So I think that people put a lot of extra hype on. Not that I'm saying it's a bad game by any stretch, but it was the console wars. Like, well, we have Bloodborne. Like, what do you have? You know, like that kind of thing. I think that helped it.
Right.
And also coming from the From Software studio, coming off of Dark Souls 3, I think Lies of P coming from a Korean developer did not help. The advertising for Lies of P was nowhere near that of Bloodborne, and I just don't think it had that benefit of the doubt. Lies of P is currently on Game Pass, so if you are a Game Pass holder and you are okay with Souls-like, this game does kind of hold your hand for a little bit, and then it does kind of up the ante, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. But this is definitely a game worth your time in many different ways.
Yeah, and it's not hard to run it. At least nothing that I found. Like my system was running pretty cool, and I was getting great frame rates. It was very crisp. I liked it a lot. Okay. And then I'm just recusing myself for this because we have best and worst UI.
Yeah, this is my first, maybe only one that I'm opting out of. I don't know anything about UI. Tyler goes on and on about it, and this guy is very knowledgeable about it. But I just nod my head and like I'm too dumb for this, so I will pass.
Yeah, Ty. I don't know. I do feel like this is your category. I'm kind of cheating here, but I thought it was worth a mention that Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty is a UI that placed me in the universe. I thought the UI felt like I was going into my cyberware. It felt like I was, choosing my implants, and everything about that UI felt cyberpunky. And, I don't know where Alan Wake 2 stands. I know there's some interesting UI things in Alan Wake 2 that I haven't experienced, but I struggled with this category. But my initial thought whenever I read it, I was like, oh, I remember, Cyberpunk 2077 UI and how mechanical it was. And that's what I'm giving it to.
Nice. Yeah, I thought Alan Wake was very unique in the UI. I liked it a lot. It's kind of weird because, like, on one hand, it's like UI. On the other hand, it's almost like just gameplay, like with like the board and everything like that. From a UI standpoint, one of the best ones, so the two, I keep bringing up Shadow Gambit, but Shadow Gambit's really, really cool in that it very effortlessly telegraphs exactly, like it's a stealth game, right? So like you need to see vision cones, you need to see what's like how to work stuff in, like, okay, I have to bring my guy here and where my guy's at in relation to like some, and this is getting kind of in the weeds, but like some characters, like if you're a sniper, like if you have the sniper chick, she'll shoot, but then her bullet stays like wherever she killed a guy, and that's kind of how they balance her out. But then it's like, okay, well, these maps are huge, so if you don't know where your bullet is, you could lose it and stuff. So with Shadow Gambit, if you like scroll out on your map, it will keep your like relative location and stuff. So if you scroll out, you'll see icons of everything, but then if you hover your mouse over and scroll back in, you zoom into that section of the map. So like really well done user experience stuff that makes things fairly simple. And the one that I actually want to win this, it's not perfect, but I think that it does a really good job is Backpack Hero.
Oh,
where you were mentioning how it's like, the puzzles and the different things and whatnot. They do such a good job kind of telegraphing what works together, how to, like, not that it's removing things for experimental stuff, but every item will give you like a quick card of like, here's the base stuff. If you want, you can right click or like it's like X or something to go into the card and hover over all the different like values of like, okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? And it will explain it to you. Just like if you hover over an item, it will like do a white dotted line around something that it's affecting. So like it's a very quick visualization of, okay, if I put this thing here, I know how it affects everything around it. And it's a very tough game to obviously explain, but it's very intuitive on things of like, okay, it's encouraging experimentation. Very like honestly, the only bad thing I don't like about the UI is like when you're building your base, but that's such like a minuscule part of the game. It doesn't really matter. So I like whenever you mention it, it's like, oh, it's daunting or whatever. Like for that, I think it holds your hand and helps a lot for that. So
Cool.
As far as worst UI, I cannot express how
Oh no.
how terrible Modern Warfare is. Like I'm going and I'm not doing this. Activision is doing this. I'm going to call it Call of Duty is terrible because now what they do is they have like a Call of Duty launcher that you launch and it just keeps saying like, oh, season pass, season pass, season pass. You can't even get to the game first because it throws up all these ads and stuff. You have to like, it's almost like you're getting spammed. You have to like click out of everything. And it's doing all of your shaders and stuff, right? And you're like, okay, where's Modern Warfare 3? Because they give you all these different tiles and like some of it's Modern Warfare 3, but some of it's Modern Warfare 2 and some things are locked and all this other stuff. And you're like, okay, finally I found Modern Warfare 3 and you click play. And then it closes the Call of Duty app that you just opened and loaded all the shaders and says, all right, we're going to load Modern Warfare 3 now. It might take a while. And then you load Modern Warfare 3 and now there are more shaders to do. Like, it blows my mind. And then the dumbass that I am, I bought Modern Warfare 2 on Steam. Well, Modern Warfare 3 was on sale on the Blizzard store for 30% off. So I'm like, well, I want to play with my cousin. I want to, so I got it. But they don't talk to each other, even though I'm logged into my Activision account on both, because heaven forbid that if you buy Call of Duty on Steam, you also have it like automatically unlocked. So now I have the Call of Duty launcher, which is who knows how many gigabytes of just BS that literally does nothing for you. I have downloaded in 2 different locations, one on Steam and one on Blizzard. Now I have Steam, which has Modern Warfare 2, so I can play with my nephew, loaded, but like not the campaign. Like it is mind-numbing how terrible it is. And I don't know if that's just me not being like a kid who is just used to it with all the Fortnite crap and everything else. And like if I could put Fortnite on there as one of the worst UIs, I would. But Modern Warfare is like, they get dinged on this every year, it seems like, and they go in the like opposite direction.
Just keep getting worse.
Like I guess you can give them credit for like, hey, check out, like they'll pull up like tooltips and show you. But I'm still going to ding them for it because I have to keep clicking OK on all of these tooltips before I just get to the main screen, which is also not the main screen. It's a season pass thing. Yeah, like, my gosh, it's so bad.
I'm so glad I don't
play. It sucks.
I refuse to buy it, and I was like a little perturbed that Tyler's like, oh yeah, I got Modern Warfare 3. I was like, we said we wouldn't.
Like,
although to be fair, he said if it was on sale,
30% isn't nothing. Like, I mean, I got it for like $40. Like, it's not nothing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, yeah.
Speaking of multiplayer.
Yeah.
Is that next?
Is it next?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
I think. I don't know.
You said it. What do you got?
Right. Best multiplayer game. For me, and this is for this year.
Yeah.
Diablo 4. I really liked my experience with Diablo 4. I know I'm not as like hardcore as you guys, or specifically Tyler, where he plays hours and hours every season or whatever. But I think I got the gist of it, and it really is. I started to see the light in terms of like what this game and what people love about this game, the loop. Like I started to get into it, and it is a cool experience where it's like midnight And we're like, okay, just one more thing. It's like, oh, this event's going on right now. We got to go to the blood field and get all the blood coins and stuff for the blood priestess so we can bloody ourselves, and level up. And it was just a really fun time. I started to catch the bug a little bit. I'm like, oh, we can do this, and then we can hit this dungeon on the way back and do that, and check this off, that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, I like this. This is fun. I'm starting to build my character. I used a build for this. I don't know if that's common or people like figuring it out themselves, but I liked seeing where I was going to be at with my assassin or whatever and be like, oh, next level I get this, and that really gets the combo going. And I had a good time with that. It's fun with friends. Kind of turn your brain off a little bit and just hang out with the boys and just do dungeons and loops and get more and more stuff. So my pick's Diablo 4.
Yeah.
Awesome. I had a lot of nominees for this game. I play a lot of online multiplayer games. But at the end of the day, I'm going to choose a game that is exclusively heightened by the multiplayer experience, and that is Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Are you? You're not trolling me
No,
right
I'm
now?
not trolling you at all.
God.
This is
all right.
partial recency bias, but
I have to hear the nominees. Who are your runners up?
I love this game. My runners up are obviously like Diablo 4, World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. Okay, that's really it. But,
okay, sure. Continue.
Because I'm not counting like League of Legends. I'm not counting Valorant. I'm not counting Call of Duty. Like
that's fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm not counting these seasonal games that I play every single year. And outside of that, I can't really think of a multiplayer game that I've played that is exclusive to this year. I really can't. But hear me out on Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Yes, I might have just played last night. Yes, I might have been a couple shots, couple beers in. Yes, playing on the couch, with a wonderful dog licking your face and just hilarity ensued. It's so much fun. It's when your partner dies and you try exclusively not to pop their bubble and watch them die. Like it's just belly laughs. It's belly laughs over and over again. And what Super Mario Bros. Does with perspective, it really messes with your head. You're like, oh shit, what am I seeing? And you're like, oh, watch out, dude. No, just kidding. I tried to kill you. And the amount of times that like we've tried to kill each other and the belly laughs and we get each other. And I think I could imagine this game being really bad by yourself. Like tremendously bad playing this game by yourself. But playing it with a friend and attempting to off them is phenomenal. It's a phenomenal experience. Basically being each other's bad guy while trying to also complete the level is just a joy. And I haven't had a great experience with a Mario game in a really long time. And again, I don't even know if I can call this a Mario game because it is that, like, it taints the Mario blood so much. But I had a fantastic experience last night. In terms of multiplayer games this year, it's one of the few that I've played. And with the issues with Diablo multiplayer, with a little bit of the latency, and I do think Diablo 4 stands on its own as a single-player game. And I don't think Mario Bros. Wonder does. I think that this was meant to be a multiplayer game, and it does quote-unquote wonders.
Got him.
Once again, very happy that you're happy.
Dude, Tyler was literally having a meltdown when this was nominated at the Game Awards. I just find that so funny.
I understand now why it was. I seriously
sure.
do.
And
I
look,
seriously do.
I'm Switzerland in this. I don't know. I don't even, it's just hilarious to watch.
I think you hit the nail on the head with Zelda, where it's like you were really into Zelda, like, and the new Zelda is not your Zelda, and it doesn't click. That's 100% with me, where it's like Super Mario World is like, even Yoshi's Island, like they're very specific and near and dear to my heart. So then as I'm seeing it get like 3D and feel weird and stuff, and I understand Mario games feel different every iteration, but like it just feels like they're going so far in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And like don't stop my game so I can hear like, oh, the Flower Kingdom. Like that's like environmental storytelling, man. Like you can just like, if Bowser grabs the King of Toadstool or whatever, like all right, I guess I know what I'm gonna do. I don't need to have like his history or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay, so first off, Bloons Tower Defense 6. Favorite multiplayer game, period, this year. Just want to get that out there. It's not a 2024 game.
Okay.
I gotta call that out. I'm not even being like it's like that's it. 2 honorable mentions. Payday 3. It's fine. It's Payday 2.
It's fine.
Well, my thing is like it was funny when it's like me, John, and Nate always has like his master plan. I have my master plan. John has his master plan. None of those plans sync up. But then it's just like, who set off the alarm? You set off the alarm. And like, no, and like we're like firing and everything. And it's like okay.
If I could
now.
just interject,
Yeah.
like one of my favorite moments we're playing, we're doing this like bank heist, right? And I think we all want to approach it from a stealthy approach. And I'm like sitting in this back room and I've infiltrated like deeper than anyone else and they're still outside. And this girl walks in and I just shoot her right in the face because I just flinched. And I'm like
Like
oh,
an
God.
accidental click?
Yeah. And I'm just freaking out like, oh, I just shot a civilian. And then alarms go off and it was the worst.
That might if Microsoft still had their streaming service where you could see all 3 together. I forget what was that even called? Crap. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it was like their Twitch
RIP.
or whatever,
Yeah,
right?
whatever
it
it
was.
was.
Oh man, I'm totally blanking. Keep going.
But
It's gonna come to me.
But that was because I'm crouched. He's crouched. Like someone comes in, pops her, and just like looking. It's just like, what are you doing? And another guy walks in. It's like it's so good. And like one of us is always doing the alarms. It's always chaotic. And I don't think that's a very good game. But like similarly, it's like you got some laughs out of it. It was fun. I think similarly, Deceive Inc. deserves some sort of recognition because you need to play with people. And I think that they kind of tried to get into that like old school like Assassin's Creed multiplayer aspect. And just, again, I don't think it's very good. I think people will always not, like it's so hard, especially stealth games, to force people into doing something stealthily whenever it's just like, no, I'm just going to run and I'm a better Twitch shooter than you are, so I'm just going to kill you if you try to do anything. So that's tough. But then, yeah, I'm with you on Diablo 4. Like as far as multiplayer goes, that's really the only game multiplayer wise that we really played. I mean, there was some Call of Duty here and there, but again, that was last year's Call of Duty, and Diablo is such a chill game, and it does a good job where anyone can technically do anything at any point. Like you don't have to always be together if you don't want to be. And when you're talking about like treasure and different things like that, which I know is very different in World of Warcraft, but like instance loot is the only way to play multiplayer games where it's like you don't have that like, oh, this guy's always going around grabbing everything, or it's like, you know, like you always feeling rewarded, but you're still playing with friends. Like I think it's really cool. Yeah. Cool. All right. Moving along. How are we on time? It's a long episode. Okay.
Sorry.
No. That's I spent 20 minutes talking about Tekken. Best style.
Yeah, this is a tough one. It's so subjective. Anything could win on this one. I will say that I didn't play this game, but an honorable mention is Lies of P. I really loved the artistic vision in that game. I thought it was super unique with the Pinocchio kind of dark theme. Something we haven't really seen before. And it was a really good looking game too. So I probably would have had that as my winner if I played it, but it feels disingenuous because I didn't actually play the game, but I want to shout that out. Mine was Hi-Fi Rush. I really like this game. The cell shaded style always hits for me. I thought it was very cool. Very bright. I liked, the character models, everything like that. It just all worked together very well. It's kind of like, I guess, kind of comic booky in a way, right? And it just fit the the vibe of the game really well. I think those two aspects of it really just worked for me personally, and it just made me happy. It's one of those games that I was just having a great time. It had a smile on my face, and I think the style of it has a lot to do with it, with the music of it as well, obviously. So Hi-Fi Rush is my winner for best style.
Yeah, this was a really tough one for me personally, and I actually, my winner is probably what I would not normally pick. You know, I could have gone with Street Fighter 6 with its super artsy style. Even something like The Last Faith, which is a Bloodborne Castlevania indie game that has a lot of style in it in terms of its 2D atmosphere. I think, you know, I recently played Hi-Fi Rush, and its style and even, I guess you could say, like, environmental comedy. Like, there's a lot of like really weird like corporate jargon and comedy that comes off of that game visually, not just narratively. That's really awesome. But for this game, for this category, I actually picked Diablo 4 as the best style, and mostly off of its return to form for me. I was one of those really like people that complain about Diablo 3's color scheme and palette and how bright it was. And I just returned to Diablo 2 and how gritty that was and how dark it was. And here we're seeing like intestines spill out and these sacrifices and a lot of stuff that you don't see in a lot of quote unquote dark fantasy. I think Diablo 4 like just pushes it over the edge, even though it is kind of like this action RPG looter. I think if you're paying attention to it and if you're looking at the screen by screen with intent, you see a lot of things outside of the loot. And I spent a lot of time playing this game alone, maybe at night with, you know, the electric lettuce and, you know, kind of just scouting out the environment. And it was so pleasantly surprising. And I'm like, what is this ship doing here? It has nothing to do with any of the quests that, you know, this exclamation point that's popping up on the map, but I'm at this ship and it's kind of giving me a vibe and telling me a story about like the enemies that are here. And I just thought that Diablo 4's return to darkness and grit and gore was fantastic.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. That's actually a really good one. Like, it's very consistent too on that. I like Diablo 3 being a little lighter. Like, maybe, okay. I might be a little too. It's a lot of blood.
It's a lot of blood, man.
Okay, so special mention to Hi-Fi Rush, definitely. I think from a character design perspective, I'm going to go with Shadow Gambit. Like, I kept going back and forth. Shadow Gambit, the characters are so well designed, and the more you look at them, the cooler they become. So, like, the different characters where, like, the one lady who's in charge of all the cannons, like when you look, like you just kind of see her or whatever. These are all like ghosts, so it is what it is. But she has like a giant hole in her chest from like a cannon mishap, right? So like there's her. You have the main Fia Monacano or whatever her name, I don't know how to pronounce it. But she has like a sword in her chest that that's her sheath. Like, she doesn't, like, sheath her sword. She puts it back in her chest. And, like, the sword is, like, magical powers that keeps her, like, rooted in the reality. If she pulls it out for too long, she, like, apparently will, like, disappear or whatever. You have the golden skeleton guy. You have the sniper lady who's, like, super old and she's actually blind. So having, like, a blind sniper is, like, it's funny. Yeah. And they're just so well designed, so well, like, drawn out, and they have so much character and everything. And everything just really, really gels well together from like a style sense. Like, it doesn't take itself too seriously, and everyone just kind of shrugs things off like, oh yeah, this person's cursed, whatever. It's just like normal to them because they're all part of that like kind of like spectral plane. But it's such a cool concept, really, really good style. So that's what I'm going with, man. Yeah,
nice,
love it.
Right. I'm seeing a trend here. You're pretty high on Shadow Gambit.
I'm gonna spoil it. Shadow Gambit is not my game of the year.
I'm surprised.
But like when I'm truthfully looking through this stuff and like,
should it be?
Well,
it's your game of the year, right?
I know, and I grappled at it for a while. And I'm not going to do myself any favor when like best developer. I'm going to just cut in line.
Sure.
Me Games, who developed Shadow Gambit.
All right.
Let's hear it.
My special shout out to Larian. They're a very good developer as well. Same thing with Remedy, very good developer. With Me Games, I want to shout out to them specifically because they shut down this year, which breaks my heart because of how much I loved Shadow Gambit. They also did Desperado. They also did the Ninja one, I can't think of its name, but they cited like, hey, from like they self-published, which means like financially they're just like we're out of money. But they were like, look, it took a toll on the team. Like they're just burnout. Like they're just like they need to step back from the industry. And I think to put out a game like that, and like their last labor of love, they're like, hey, here's 2 new DLCs, 2 new characters, bunch of extra missions. Enjoy. We out, and then they just leave. I just think that they put out all these games, and all of them were like good games. Like each game that they put out, a lot of the reviews are like, Desperados was their like cowboy game. They're like, this is like a better version of the Ninja one and the Field Japan one. And then this comes out and it's like, oh, this is even better. So like every game they're improving. Like you would think that like how many times can you do like a stealth game and stuff? And they essentially cornered them. Like they are the masters of this type of stealth game and genre and everything like that. So for them to be like, okay, well, we're taking a step back. Like kudos to them to keeping their team healthy and sane. But it's just like they deserve recognition for a game that I'm sure not a lot of people are going to play because it's a very specific genre. But like, man, it's a masterclass in that regard. So
yeah, that's an awesome nomination. I wish I had as cool of a nomination as you. I probably would have went with Larian if I had played more Baldur's Gate 3. The thing that I do appreciate about Larian is the amount of just patches and work they're putting into this game after the fact that they released it. It gives me confidence knowing that when I go back and play Baldur's Gate 3 that I'm going to be playing like the best version of Baldur's Gate 3. I think that's really awesome. But I am going to like nominate somebody who I usually don't care about and probably to this day don't really care about, and that's Nintendo Entertainment. And I'm just going to give them props for their Nintendo seal of quality. And I think back to when I used to buy video games at EB Games and or Electronics Boutique for those younger listeners, or maybe John. The Nintendo seal of quality used to mean you're getting a complete game, you're getting something that isn't broken. And I think when we look at this year and things like Diablo, which I absolutely loved how buggy it was on launch, even though it was like a better launch for Blizzard, you're looking at like Starfield, which kind of had its own issues and broken promises. And I think this year had a lot of games that didn't meet expectations in terms of performance. It also had a lot of great, performing games, but I think Nintendo continues to deliver whether you like Tears of the Kingdom or not. I don't like Tears of the Kingdom. You can't argue that it isn't a complete semi-functional, completely functional game, and so is Super Mario Bros. Wonder. And I think that Nintendo is one of the few major developers that, outside of Pokemon, like delivers on their seal of quality. I don't even think Sony can rival it. So props to Nintendo for making complete games.
And on a Switch is also
Sure.
like to do that Zelda and like everything that they're doing in that game on that handheld is wild.
So like I really appreciate somebody in 2023 releasing working games.
They had a crazy year too, because you have the Metro, you have the Mario RPG. Like they're pulling out a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
No, I think that's a good pick. Something I didn't consider because I'm just not a Nintendo guy. So I
Yeah.
appreciate you shouting them out because I think that's a good point. I went chalk for this one. So runner-up Remedy, which, man, so like when I'm looking at a studio, I'm looking at community support. Definitely very important to me. I'm looking at creativity and quality, of course, but I'm also looking at passion, right? Like passion's so important to me. I want a studio that you can just tell they love games. And Sam Lake loves video games, man. This guy is a nut. He is super awesome. He's so creative. He's like just big brain, man. Like you just know that he's got it all mapped out somewhere on a whiteboard. And he just loves games. And I love watching these interviews when they can talk about their favorite games and you can just tell like they are gamers. They know what they're talking about, what inspires them, what they're looking at, and recognizing, other achievements in the community. So this, honestly, either one of these could have won. Remedy's like my runner-up here, but Larian is number one for me. I've seen it throughout the years here with Divinity Original Sins 1 and 2, and it just continues with Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3, where so many patches, they listened to the community, and they really, like, you know, a lot of people were, hey, you know, a little disappointing on the ending. What did they come out with? An epilogue. Fixes everything that, you know, some minor complaints that we had. And they did not have to do that. And that was extra. And it was amazing. And it was a great conclusion. It's just amazing. All the bug fixes, this and that. They did, you know, early access the correct way, where it's like you start at the beginning of early access to like what the game is now. It's amazing, the improvement that they have. You know, going back to something like Divinity Original Sins 2, where it's like they have the game, they completely overhaul it and come out with the definitive edition for free. Incredible. I mean, that's amazing. So I just don't think it's hard to rival them in terms of what they do for the community, how they listen to the community, and just the quality of games they put out. You can just see it's a labor of love, and it's a ton of work. I can't even imagine how much work they put into this game with all the choices, all the variations, this and that, making sure it's perfect. It's incredible. So hats off to them. I know it's the chalk pick, very chalky, but
I don't know what that means.
it means like obvious.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Chalky.
chalk.
Chalk.
That's a gambling term.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's my pick.
That's right. All right. So we have a couple sponsored ones. We have best game to play while eating Doritos and drinking Mountain Dew. What do you got?
Oh, for this one, this is a fun one, and I'm just glad about this one because Call of Duty's not going to win it. So for me, I actually had Payday 3.
Ooh.
It was a
Okay.
little interesting
All right,
choice.
interesting,
When I
yeah.
think of this category, you're like playing with the boys and you're just having a fun, silly time. And as Tyler kind of described earlier, that's kind of the vibe I got from when it worked. It was a lot of fun, and it was just stupid and silly. And we were just like, we figured out, the bridge mission is broken. Let's just do this 1,000 times to make $1 million. It was just fun, and I just have a snack while I'm doing it. It's not serious. I think you could put Diablo 4 in here as well. But for me, it was Payday 3. I love the concept of Payday 3. The execution wasn't good. And it was like, we were having like technical problems and stuff. I think if that stuff was fixed, it'd be a lot better. But the concept's there. And when it works, it's a lot of fun with the guys. So that was my game for Doritos, Mountain Dew. Staying up late playing it.
Yeah, super fun category. I think you hit the nail on the head with, you know, hanging with the guys or the gals or whoever's playing. For me, this was a very easy one, and I'm going with World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. This, for those of you who don't know, this is like a side project for Blizzard, but it is World of Warcraft in its classic era, and I'll talk about it in a little bit. But the reason I knew it won this award was because one weekend came, you know, I had the house to myself. I ordered Domino's. I got the pan pizza, Alfredo sauce base, sausage, pineapple. I got
What are you putting in your body?
I got the cheese sticks, and then I slapped on the wrist guards. You know, we talk about esports and these people that get injuries. World of Warcraft does a number on my wrists, so I had dual wrist guard like support going into this. I had like, and I just played, and so that's. You know, I had garlic butter on my wrist guards and like napkins and just Yinglings on my desk, and you didn't nail your perfect rotation. Like, it was just brilliant. So that World of Warcraft Season of Discovery is my sweaty game pick.
So I can go three ways here. One, I think Modern Warfare 3 still embodies
don't do it.
Still
Don't do
embodies
it.
it. Second, I think Backpack Hero is great here because you can play that with one hand, which means it is perfect.
Oh, love it.
It is absolutely perfect to
Love
snack with your left hand and just click around with the mouse, your right hand. It is absolutely perfect. I'm going to go with Dave the Diver, and here's why. When you buy stuff and the guy shoving literal like nachos in his face, or when you're talking about all the sushi and he's serving up the perfect and like describing why it's like, oh, this is the perfect thing. I get so hungry.
Yep.
And I never want to eat snacks more. So that's my
a
non Call of Duty
That's
pick.
such a great pick.
All right. And now we also our second sponsor, everyone, is Best Game Pass Game. Now this one is a Game Pass game that came to Game Pass in 2023 is how I took it. If you guys have something different, that's fine too, because technically League of Legends came to Game Pass, so you can always put that. But you know.
Yeah, I didn't go that route. I hit Hi-Fi Rush, man. This was a shadow drop at the beginning of the year, total surprise, and one of my favorite games this year. So like, it just hit all the things. It was free because I had it on Game Pass. It was awesome. It was a great time, and I've already talked about it. I've already gushed over this game, but that was my favorite game on Game Pass easily this year.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Wow, I thought you were gonna do Liza P.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi
Wow,
Rush.
there it is.
Okay, well I wasn't gonna do that. I thought we were gonna do 3 different ones. So
Yeah.
we'll make it unanimous. Hi-Fi Rush is awesome.
Yeah.
Like that would talk about a surprise. I think Against the Storm and Liza P and Sea of Stars all deserve little
Sea of
shout-outs
Stars is a good
there,
pick.
too.
Yeah, that should be my runner-up. I did enjoy that game.
I-
And the only reason I played it was because it was on Game Pass, and I'm really glad it was because
Yeah.
I would have totally skipped it if it wasn't, and that's a great indie game.
I was gonna list out all the games from 2023 on here just to like show what a good deal
Yeah,
game. But
yeah.
we're in
Awesome game. Awesome.
in the interest of time, we're just gonna say Hi-Fi Rush is great.
There's a lot of them.
All right, most disappointing.
Yeah, this was an interesting one. And I was talking to Tyler before we started recording, but it's Starfield for me. And it's so weird because I had 0 expectations for this game until their final Xbox Direct came out. And it was just a Starfield Direct at the end of it or whatever. And it hyped me up so much for this game. It looked so cool. Everyone's gushing over it. All the developers. I'm doing this build. I'm doing that build. I have all the sandwiches in my back of my ship. You know, I'm a sneaky archer. Everything. They were hitting all the things I wanted. And then I play the game, and it's like I wanted to love this game so much, and I tried, and I, defended it, and I probably scored it higher than it deserves to be scored because I was just huffing the copium. But the planets are barren. The things you can do, it's just not the next level that they needed to do. This is just a dated game. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's a dated game. I think they had to do something different. They had to do something, more unique. It just felt like this would have came out 10 years ago, right? And it would have been a cool game. But I was really hyped when I saw that Direct, and it killed me. And shame on me for falling into it because I literally I was saying the whole time, there's no way. They're overpromising stuff. It's way too big of a project. Then I saw the Direct. It looked so much better. And then I ultimately was disappointed. So that's my top disappointing game was Starfield, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss.
I wanted that game to be so good, man. I was like so badly.
What I love about this category is how much it defines 2023 because for me, I listed 3 games here that I thought were going to be on like my top 5 of the year. And they just completely under-delivered and were replaced by surprises, which I was so happy to experience. Lords of the Fallen, completely under-delivered for me. Blasphemous 2, really, really disappointed in Blasphemous 2, but the one that takes the cake as most disappointing is Armored Core 6. And you talk about a dated game. I don't think I've ever played a more dated game than Armored Core 6. And, some of those listeners out there who might be fans of the Armored Core series might say, well, Jeff, you should have known what you were getting into. You should have known what Armored Core is about. I watched the videos. I was ready for it, but I was not ready for the complete lack of storytelling. I was not ready for the complete lack of consistent levels. I was not ready for, just unpolished trees. And like, I could not believe that this was a From Software game. So going into this year, being such a From Software fan, I gave them the benefit of the doubt of like, at least they're going to deliver gameplay. They might have delivered 2 or 3 bosses for me, but the overarching game, I was shocked, came out in 2023, and this game really disappointed me, and I could not believe it won Best Action Game at the Game Awards. I was really surprised that, what publications would have voted for that, just even looking at their own scores of the game. Armored Core 6 was my most disappointed game of the year.
That is on my honorable mentions of disappointments. I think Armored Core, and like I love Armored Core, but when I'm flying around and it's like, this could be like PlayStation 2. Like, like a higher frame rate maybe or whatever, but like it's the same thing. And it like that blew my mind. So disappointing. Super Mario Wonder, very disappointing. I'm sorry. This is borderline. I want to put Spider-Man in here. I don't know exactly what I was expecting, but like from my personal experience with all the technical difficulties and things like that, like that was a little iffy for me. But the two that I want to talk about, one, Diablo 4. And I know you guys scored it high and different things like that. For me, coming off of Diablo 3, I was expecting to be like, I'm taking a week off of work, I'm playing this straight through. And it was just like, I was very disappointed. I will give it, and this is the only reason why it's not my most disappointing one, is because Season 2 was very fun, very good, got to level 100. Like, it turned me completely around on Diablo. We'll see if they keep that trajectory, but like, when it first came out, like, yeah, we went through the story and stuff, but like, I was not clicking with this game. They blundered a lot. There was a lot of issues. But then, as far as disappointing goes, I'm with you on Starfield, where like that was another one where I was like, okay, this is going to be the game that I get lost in. This is what I'm going to kind of like really, dive into and spend all these hours and doing stuff. And I put 100+ hours into this game, which is crazy because like I got the recap from Microsoft being like, you're a year in games, and it's like, you just played Starfield.
You're like, shit.
Yeah, it's like, man, that's a lot of time that I can't get back. So that was just that was tough for me. So Starfield takes it for me.
I think we hyped each other up a lot.
We did, but like, it's not a bad thing. It's just
the juice.
Like,
yeah.
If I'm being honest, there's a lot of games on there that like I thought the Jedi Survivor was a disappointment. For me, like I couldn't get into it, so I thought that was a disappointment. I thought Mortal Kombat was a big disappointment because I was like, man, they're rehashing this thing. They could do anything, and they just didn't really
played it too safe.
Yeah, like there were a lot of disappointing things about stuff, but Starfield was like,
I had high hopes.
Technically, story wise, like just everything was like really
bare bones.
Yeah, it was rough, man.
It could have been like on paper. Could have been one of my favorite games of all time, right?
Yeah.
If it executed on what it promised.
Sure.
But like the sci-fi, you have the exploration, the story elements, choose your own adventure, characters, theoretically.
Yeah.
But
it's just like with Diablo, it was a very specific, the end game didn't do it for me, and I was disappointed because it didn't do the same things Diablo 3 did. But Starfield disappointed me on every single level. Yeah. Like, truthfully, like I can't think of one thing. So actually, real quick, because Kevin and I talked for like 2 seconds. I think it was actually last night, because PC Gamer put out a thing that said Starfield is nominated for the most innovative gameplay award in the 2023 Steam Awards. But then the picture is of like the crazy NPCs with their crazy eyes and stuff is innovative. So like PC Gamer is being a little snarky. And I told him, like, please name one innovative thing Starfield did. Because, like, truthfully, I could not. And he said, it revolutionized the process of indirect marketing for other space games. And I'm like, yes, it did.
That's
100%.
That's brilliant.
Like, immediately, yes.
You want to play
Dangerous,
No Man's Sky? Yeah.
No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yes, that's exactly what it did.
And you did.
100%.
Yeah.
Because in your mind, it's like, okay, like, does taking off and landing on a planet, is that really... I'm like, yes, it's cool every single time.
Yep.
Like, don't tell me it's too hard and people don't like it.
Exactly. No,
Like,
you're 100% right.
Yeah. And then they just have excuses.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Almost there. Okay. And now we also have worst game of the year.
Yeah, we got worst game of the year. This is easy for Redfield was a disaster. Redfall. Didn't even get it right.
Yeah.
I think it auto-corrected the field.
Yeah.
Redfall. Can't even get the title right. That's how bad it was. I want to burn it from my memory. This game's a walking meme. It is buggy, terrible. Doesn't even look good.
T-poses everywhere. It's trash.
It is unbelievable that this game was released. It is not done. It looks like it's halfway through its life cycle.
A lot of times you can tell what a developer is trying to do. In Redfall, I truly could not understand what they were going for. It was that
so
awful.
Bad. So we got some laughs out of it, but that was like a one night, and like, God, I never want to boot this game up again. And what was the icing on the cake too? One of the most memorable moments of the year for me was we went through a couple hours throughout the night, got partly through the story. Tyler's like, wait a minute, I don't think it's saved. Try to boot it up again. He lost all his progress.
Everyone else was fine.
Yep.
But because I hosted, apparently that's like a bug that the host loses everything.
Which is the total opposite. He's the host.
Yeah. Yep.
So just it crowned it. Like at that moment, I was like, the worst.
I don't think I've ever deleted a game the same day I played it. Like, I mean, there are games where I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll never come back to this, and I'll delete it like the next day or a week later or whatever. That night was literally like we stopped it and I immediately hit uninstall.
That's rough.
Same here. It was bad. And again, like, not blaming any individual, but man, I just something happened where it just was
It's
not
a leadership thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's like it's managed wrong or something
the resources weren't there.
Yeah.
The deadline was too soon. I don't know what it was, but it was not a finished game. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Is yours also?
100%.
Okay.
Redfall.
I couldn't tell, but I
don't even have a runner up because nothing touches
No, it was bad. It's our lowest scored game ever by a wide margin.
I'm super glad that I never played it.
But it's good. It's a good reference of like, okay, this is like my lowest bar of like, okay,
like
well, at least
nothing
it's
in
not
it is
Redfall.
fun.
Yeah. No.
Like Back for Blood at least had like some. That's the closest thing I can think of. That's like maybe they're trying to go for this ish, but it's like it's not even.
No.
Ugh.
I have 4, and I'm not going to pick a winner. But I just wanted the listeners to know that these are games that I truly, truly wanted to love, and I'm sad that I don't. I'm nominating Armored Core 6 for its level, just its levels. Jesus Christ! Like I could not believe some of the levels I was playing in Armored Core 6. Blasphemous 2, one of my most anticipated games of the year, was almost a carbon copy of the first one, but did less somehow. They removed features, and outside of its last boss fight, did not deliver on its boss fights. Lords of the Fallen, incredibly buggy at release, under-delivered in a lot of ways, made the gameplay experience incredibly frustrating. And kudos to them. I see a lot of patches coming out where it actually it's actually almost pulling me back in. I'm almost like, oh, well, maybe I do want to revisit this. So I don't really want to say a winner for worst game of the year. I know I had a 4th one. I don't even know where it went. But Forspoken. I'm sorry.
It's a great pick. That's a great pick. That was a bad game.
That was a bad game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Square Enix, but
like however bad that game was, it's still like did something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he was competent in it, like, oh, you could move around and it was kind of cool.
And just because of like you guys had Redfall, I didn't play Redfall, but I'm From Software. I'm sorry, I'm probably giving it to Armored Core 6. That game, I just don't know. I'm question marks all around, and it had a couple of good boss fights, and maybe an intriguing one plot point like halfway through, and that was it. So sorry, Armored Core 6. I wanted to love you.
Armored Core 6 was actually up there as far as like the worst UI. Like it was close.
Yeah.
Call of Duty rubbed me the wrong way this year, but Armored Core 6 is another thing where like everything you do is just a slog, because it's like, oh, you want to customize your Armored Core because that's like the game, and it's just the most monotonous. Like it's not intuitive. It's not like it's garbage. Oh well, all right. Well,
Yeah, there it is.
hey, maybe 7.
All right, now it's all positive vibes. from
All
here.
positive vibes. Best Boomerang game.
That was an award.
Time vibes. Best. We were
Best
just gonna
Boomerang
go
game?
past it. And Best Boomerang game is the game you keep coming back to.
All right, so this is my one and only opportunity. League of Legends, dude.
Oh, what?
I put it on.
What?
Didn't come out this year. I don't give a fuck. I have to talk about League once per episode. It's in my blood contract with Satan. I love League of Legends. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Well, we'll talk about Diablo 4.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not it's not worse than that. This game, I keep coming back to it. It's the one game. It's really hard to describe, but it's like I'm so comfortable with it. I spent so much time learning the mechanics of this game that I can just, when I don't know what to play and I'm staring at my Steam library, I put on League of Legends. And maybe I'm not happy 30 minutes later, but like I am happy in the moment. And it's I'm just addicted to it, I guess, at this point. But it's like, it's my comfort food. It's like my pizza or whatever. Yeah. I just keep coming back to it. I had to put it on this category, man.
Have you started playing Hui, the new champion?
Why do you go down that road?
Oh, my bad.
No, I'm just kidding.
Just kidding. There is no there is no new champion.
Well, apparently they like ripped Hui from like Dota 2.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
But he had like a 32% win rate, and then they like now his win rate's skyrocketing
Really?
because all of Korea is uploading like play styles with him.
I told you that his gameplay, he's going to have one of the highest ceilings because he
Yeah.
has so many options.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the one where you hit Q and there's like 12 different Qs.
Yeah, he
and,
has like 9 abilities because, So, anyways, League of Legends is my pick.
Great pick.
Apologies for the satanic reference. We'll put I don't know.
Yeah.
I cheated.
Tyler died when I said that. I was like, okay.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
Diablo 4 is
Our family's not 2 hours, 55 minutes into this podcast. We're
the
good.
only episode your mom listens to the whole
Sorry
way
for
through.
her.
It's
Yeah, and
like,
she'll scrub through it and just land right on Satan.
I'm so sorry. I don't actually. I want to put that out
Oh,
there.
she
I
already
love,
stopped listening,
I
so
love
it's fine.
Jesus and League of Legends.
I cheated on this category. Again.
Not more than me.
Slightly. So I viewed this as the game that I'm going to come back to
Okay.
because
So
of,
he did cheat.
yeah,
Okay.
because of how appealing the trophies are and how involved I think the replay value involves the wrong word, but how extensive the replay value is from this game, and that's Resident Evil 4 Remake. I think that this game, for its value, offers so much to gamers in terms of ways to play, and I'm kind of exclusively viewing that through the trophy and platinum or achievement list. But I'm just going to list a few here. We have S ranks on every missions. Complete the story within 8 hours. Complete the story without using a recovery item. Complete the story without using knives, or with only using knives and handguns. Complete the story without talking to the merchant. You have the shooting range challenges, the collectibles, the minecart puzzles, or the minecart challenges rather, which is a trophy. You have all the different puzzles within the game. You have professional mode, and you have the Separate Ways DLC now out that I have not played. I think that this game absolutely rolls. If I was not streaming single player games almost exclusively and kind of having to advance onto the next one, this would probably be a game that I spent way more time with in 2023 and would have been my Boomerang game. And I just think it offers so much bang for your buck, and I think it needs to be mentioned.
Nice. Yeah.
That's a great pick.
Balloons is probably my Boomerang because
Love
like
it.
every time I get a little notification from Amazon that says like, "Hey, click here and you'll get like 5 more monkeys or whatever." Still, I can't believe it's just good. But I'll probably say Diablo for me.
Yeah.
That's just going to be my next. Like, oh, the new season's out. Cool. Like I'll do that and just keep going back to it. But yeah, all right.
No, I love the Resident Evil pick, and I actually just picked up the DLC, so I'm with you on
I'm
that.
jealous.
I'm going to play it. Ada Wong,
Ada.
waifu of the year, maybe?
Ada.
She's great. I'll just leave it there.
Sorry, Tyler's family. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
it's fine.
What do you mean?
What
It's
should we
fine.
be? I don't know what we're supposed to be apologizing to Tyler's family for.
We
Well,
are.
What are the topics?
What's that?
Topics?
Yeah, like what are the ones we?
No,
were
I
supposed to be
think
talking
that's
satanic
fine.
stuff?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
probably not okay.
not good.
Probably can't go to a
Yeah,
DeFazio
we
family
shouldn't- we shouldn't
reunion and talk about
demonic
that.
things and,
No.
and that sort of thing. But
Even though Diablo is one of Tyler's favorite games of all time.
if not, yeah, it's like
Yeah.
second or first
Yeah.
depending on the day.
But no,
you
he's
catch me on.
judging
It's
me.
fine.
So yeah,
No, I mentioned in my my nephew or something, which maybe that was part of it, when we were talking about Doom. And it was like, oh, yeah, I know, it's just Doom. And you're just kicking demons back to hell. And my mom's like, I really didn't like that. It's like, okay, well, that's fair.
Well, you're the good guy. You're beating them.
That's what I said. I was like, but you're a Doom guy.
Yeah.
Doom. Anyway.
You have your holy water or
exactly.
shotgun.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, best surprise 2023.
Okay, this is an interesting one. So my first runner-up for this is Hi-Fi Rush. Again, it was a shadow drop. Did not expect it. We were watching one of the Xbox showcases. It's out today, Game Pass. Me and Tyler tried it, and obviously it's one of my favorite games this year. So that's clearly one of the biggest surprises. But the biggest surprise, bar none, Alan Wake 2. This is a game I specifically said on air, I am not playing this. I have played enough horror games this year. I am a little scaredy baby. I don't like it. And Tyler calls me up one night and he's like, you got to play Alan Wake 2, bro. And I trust Tyler with my life. So it's like, I got to play Alan Wake 2. And I am so freaking glad I did. It is now one of my favorite games this year. Amazing. I'm going back looking at the other games like we talked about. I did not expect it. I thought it was going to be like, okay, this is like a cult classic. People who are into the first one are going to like this one. I was totally wrong. Everyone should play this game, even if you're a little scaredy guy like me. It's totally worth it. It's totally worth it. That was my biggest surprise.
I think this is such an easy category for me. It's completely different from John's. I don't know what I'm talking about. But my winner is World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. This was a game that was basically announced on November 3rd and released on November 30th. So you didn't even have a month to prepare for an MMO. This game, single-handedly, I should say game mode, because this is a version of Classic, but it single-handedly made me believe in Blizzard again. We all know that the Riot MMO is coming, and Square, Final Fantasy XIV, and Blizzard with World of Warcraft are shaking in their boots. There's no way that their current MMO can compete. This classic variation of World of Warcraft made me believe that Blizzard might be able to compete with Riot, and that is saying a lot. I have had so much fun with this game mode within the last 2.5 weeks that it has like taken me back to high school. This mode, I'll talk about it in a little bit. It rules, and that is my biggest surprise of 2023.
Mine's Dave the Diver. I was surprised how much, because like I was like, oh, people like this game, that's cool, and I saw it and I saw the diving. I'm like, if it was just the diving and doing that stuff, I'd be fine with it. Dredge is a runner up because I think that was the same kind of like loop, but Dave the Diver just kept doing more and more and more and more. I'm like, man, it's pretty good.
You talk about bang for your buck.
I was surprised at how much I liked it, for sure. Shadow Gambit's up there is an honorable mention, and definitely Alan Wake. Like Alan Wake, it's like it's between Dave the Diver and Alan Wake, and like depending on the day you talk to me, it could probably swap. I think Dave the Diver I just got into a little bit more, but Alan Wake was also very, very good. So cool. All right, the game that keeps me awake at night.
Yeah, so this is interesting for me, and I think there can be a lot of interpretations on this category, which is why I like our categories, because we kind of keep it a little vague, and then we get a lot of different, unique answers that kind of speak to who we are as people too, which is half the fun in my mind. This mirrors my best narratives, so I think it matches. So my first runner up is Cyberpunk. The DLC Phantom Liberty was incredible. It made me think a lot about Cyberpunk is great because it's super gritty and like kind of like I was saying before, depressing in a way where it's like there's a lot of tough choices and people are generally not good people, and it just makes you think like, man. And I think it does an amazing job of mirroring like the real world. Like you have these huge corporations that F over everyone, just like the real world. The Phantom Liberty DLC, I don't want to spoil too much, but it gets into like the government. So now we see the government versus the corporations and that struggle, and everyone's double crossing each other, stabbing people in the back. So many conspiracies, so many horrible experiments and technology and awful things going on that's all redacted and crazy. And it keeps me up. And I'm like, there are things in real life that probably match what's going on in this game, and that makes me horrified, but it's fun from the perspective of like it makes me feel something and makes me think about it. So that keeps me awake at night. And my winner is Alan Wake 2 again, which is getting a lot of awards because I just think, first of all, it's scary, and that keeps me up at night just naturally through night terrors. But also everything it's going into, the meta nature of it. Oh, this means that. And oh my gosh, they were foreshadowing things through the lyrics of this song. And this is a callback to that and this and that. And I was talking about staying up all night, watching videos on theories on the future, on things they reference and Easter eggs in the game from the past. How does it tie into Max Payne? Is Max Payne even a part of it? Because technically the studio doesn't even own it and this and that. And it's like all this crazy stuff that I just cannot stop thinking about. And is making me super excited for the future of it and the DLC that's planned for it. That is the game that keeps me up at night the most, just thinking over all the permutations, all the theories, all of that stuff, and just digesting like what did I just watch? Like I don't even know. So that was my winner.
Awesome pick. I believe you.
Yes, I was scared.
My best surprise was Lies of P. Not specifically the game, but Lies of P has the craziest...
Best surprise or something that keeps you up at night? Did you do
Or
best
I'm
surprise?
sorry. This is that keeps me up at night.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm not...
Make sure.
My fault.
I was like, we didn't skip you, right? You
No,
talked
no,
about
no.
World of Warcraft. Okay.
This is my keeps me up at night. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not the game, but the ending. Lies of P has an ending that you cannot see coming. There is no one that's going to play Lies of P through the narrative and say, I saw that ending coming. You just won't. And I grew up with like a father who's like, oh, I know the ending of that movie like 15 minutes in.
My mom, yeah.
Or like, I have friends like, I'm not going to call out Dwayne or anything, but he's like, oh, I knew all along. And I have friends that played Lies of P, and I'm like, quietly not saying anything about the ending. I'm like, oh, did you actually beat Lies of P? Because if you did, you would have mentioned the ending to me and you would have been like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So Lies of P does have a choice at the end. Like a lot of games, this is not a spoiler, but you choose one of two endings and you can do both. Like you can kind of save scum it to an extent. So this is not a spoiler. There's just like choices at the end to get different types of endings, similar to Elden Ring, similar to a lot of Souls-likes. Quote unquote, the bad ending is quote unquote the true ending. If you do that ending, you get something at the end that is so extraordinarily exciting for the future of this franchise that this is going to be on your radar. And I'm thinking about it right now. Well, obviously, because I'm talking about it. But I thought about it like in September. I thought about it in November. I thought about it in October. I'm thinking about it like now. Like this, and the ending to Lies of P is worth hating your playthrough of the game. So if you don't like Souls-like, I don't care. Go play it, beat the game. The ending is worth it. Just pick the bad ending, and it keeps me up at night.
That's awesome. Yeah. See, like games like that. I think the only game that I can really think of, I mean, like Alan Wake for sure. Like it's like okay, but it's more of like the historical side of it, and like how does this loop in and different things like that. The last game that I played like that, where it's like based off the ending, I have to like go and think about it and everything, was like the BioShock Infinite, where I'm going back and like trying to like learn about like quantum mechanics and stuff.
That's great.
Mine was like Fez. I don't know if you ever played the indie game Fez.
Fez is great.
Fez like messed with my head, and
Yeah.
this game I'm like, wait, what did you say?
Yeah.
And they give you a visual, and you're like, no. And then
That's
you're like,
awesome.
and you just,
Yeah.
you're gone. And I have the developers listed here. NeoWiz and Round 8 Studios from Korea. Like, Godspeed, you guys roll.
Yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, I mentioned Alan Wake. That's kind of my runner up. Like I took it a little differently. Like normally, like the spirit of keeping awake at night is like this game just mind effed you, and you're just like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm just keep thinking about it. For mine, because I haven't talked about Shadow Gambit enough, I would be like Chelsea would be like, hey, it's time for bed or whatever, and I'll like say, because you can save at any point in that game and just quit. But then like I'll be laying in bed and I'll be like plotting out like points on how to like attack a certain area and stuff. And that game is so interesting in that like at the end of the game or at the end of the board, it will show you a top down kind of like map, and it'll show you your guys, and then it will plot out everything you did over the course of that like 20 to 40 minute mission and show you every kill you did, every hidden body, everything you, and I was like, that's pretty cool. But that's what I would do is I would just lay in bed, stay up at night, and just look through like synergies for characters and different like, oh, if I use his head here and then snipe this guy and do this, and it formulates like plans and stuff. Yeah. So
Love it.
Shadow Game.
I love it.
Good.
I love that.
All right.
I do that for like balloons, man.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh man, I
Yeah,
could put this
balloons
monkey
is
here
great.
and that and this. Yeah,
Dude, I just want to play
with you.
balloons.
Yeah.
Like balloons is okay.
so
Best world design or environment?
Yeah, this is a good one. So I have a couple honorable mentions. First one is Hogwarts Legacy. They nailed Hogwarts. You feel like you're there. You feel like you're in the movies. All the big locations like the dining hall, like the Quidditch pitch, like everything's there. The classrooms, the staircase, the moving staircases. Although they had to do it in a different way than the movies, just logistically, but it's still there. You still get the feel of it. They nailed the castle itself specifically and the Hogwarts grounds around it and like the Forbidden Forest and stuff. Now, it didn't win because like the rest of it's pretty samey and not very unique. Obviously, the focus went on the castle, which it had to, and I think they did an amazing like that is the definitive. You can walk around there and just I'm at Hogwarts, and that's an awesome feeling, and I love that. So that's definitely a runner-up. I've talked about Cyberpunk a lot, but dude, I'm telling you, the DLC for this was awesome. I love Dogtown. It's gritty. It's dirty. Dirtier than Night City somehow. Oh man, it's hard to describe like how they just double down on that. Also, I kind of took it a little differently is like the implications of the world itself. So you get more that goes outside of just Night City because the USA is involved or the new it's like the NUSA or something. It's like the new United States of America.
Yeah.
Getting all of that really got me thinking about the broader world of Cyberpunk. So it was very interesting from that perspective. But my winner was Baldur's Gate 3. Ooh. Specifically because it got me super into the Dungeons and Dragons canon world, and that was awesome. All the references that they have, all the monsters, this and that, characters. You get to meet Elminster in the game. All of these things that are in the canon world of Dungeons and Dragons, it got me super into Faerun. I really, really enjoyed it. I started buying a lot of the adventure books because of this, because it all connects and it's so creative. There's just hours, countless hours just put into the thought behind this and all the characters and the big world events and the gods and this and that. And I think they just nailed it in Baldur's Gate 3. You feel like you're in a Dungeons and Dragons adventure, in the Dungeons and Dragons adventure, in Faerun, in Baldur's Gate. And it just made me want to learn more and more about the world. There's so many references, Easter eggs. It did an amazing job. So to me, it's like if a world makes me want to look more into the world, that has to be the winner for me. So it was Baldur's Gate 3.
Sweet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, especially whenever it makes you dive more in the source material. It's like, it got you.
Yes.
My winner for best world design or environment is Lies of P. And I'm going to quote the developer here in a second, but this game was based on the French 1880s, and I might be saying this incorrectly, but I believe it's pronounced La Belle Epoque era, and that is the quote unquote beautiful era of French industrialism that ends with World War I. And the developer said that they were trying to capture a period of cultural and artistic prosperity, yet severe enough in darkness and negativity. And that alongside with
Nailed it.
that alongside all the puppetry and boss designs, and for me, I enjoyed this environment so much more than Bloodborne, which is its most common comparison. Thank you.
Yep.
I don't necessarily always go into the gothic horror portion of Cthulhu, which is definitely Bloodborne. It's the old gods and things like that. This was much more like artistic and wooden, even though wooden's like a weird, like it's puppets made of wood and circuitry and electricity, and I really appreciated that about the game, as well as like walking through either Paris or whatever environment they captured here. You see like these theaters, and you're speaking to NPCs in these really architecturally advanced yet simple buildings of the era. I thought that it did a wonderful job putting me in that place, which fed the narrative and the ending. And I'm just like that sound, that's my win. That's my pick.
It's the winning sound. That's the winning sound of the day. Couldn't have said it better myself there, Jeff.
That's just my new ringtone. That's it. So I kept thinking a lot about this one. I'm actually going to give it to Cocoon. I know this is the first time we're mentioning it.
Hey,
but
okay.
I was really, like, when we're saying best world design or environment, when it comes to world design, Cocoon is literally about jumping in and out of different worlds. And for the overall design to be very consistent for the game, but very distinct based off of the different worlds that you're doing. And then when you're taking worlds and putting them inside of other worlds to get different abilities and kind of progressing the story, I just thought what they did was really special. I mentioned it last week where the different lightings and the very subtle ways that they just kind of kept you like almost like subconsciously in place of like, okay, I see like green tinges on the corners so I know what world I'm in, or this is very like the plants and stuff are here, so I know I'm in green world versus orange and different stuff. Like the environments were very distinct. It was a very simplistic game, so like if you're looking at something with like more detail and stuff, I might have leaned to like Jasant, which is chock full of little details that you don't really notice unless you're like really looking for them. But Cocoon, I think, was just very succinct. They knew what they were going for and they nailed it. So I just want to give them credit.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That's a great pick.
I think we're on the last one. We have two more technically. So best game I suck at, and then we also have best game I bounced off of. If we want to say both of these, because mine are very closely related,
Okay.
we can do that. But
Okay, yeah. So best game I sucked at, first one. I put Diablo 4 for this one, and I think a lot of that is because I was playing with experts who have played this game forever. So I was playing with Tyler mainly, and Tyler loves Diablo 3, and it made me feel like just such a noob because I'm like asking him, "Oh, what do these gems do? What do I do here? And how do I level up? And like, what am I looking for in this particular situation? This and that." So I had to like ask a lot of questions, which really just made me feel like such a novice, which I am. Like, this is my first Diablo game ever, and then like I'm playing with Kyle, who's like played since
which
Diablo
makes me
2.
look like a noob. So that's
Exactly.
yeah.
He's like, oh well, in Diablo 1 they did this and that, and then I was like, oh my god, like I just couldn't keep up. So I would say I was like super like relying on my build and stuff, and I felt like I was playing it totally wrong. And it was still fun because like they're carrying me, right? Like I could be totally messing up and you guys are just wrecking everything, and I still like feel good about it, which so I like really enjoyed my experience. But I think just the situation I was put in, I was like, man, I suck at this game compared to my counterparts here. So that's
It's like when I was playing League of Legends all this time.
Oh,
this
no,
is what they were doing.
No, doesn't count.
that's what I was saying though. It's like, oh, this is how Tyler feels when he plays League. Like, yeah. So, but I still had a lot of fun. I didn't have one for bounced off of because I talk about this a lot with Tyler, but like, if I start a game, I finish it. And that's why I'm very hesitant in starting a lot of games. So every game I started this year, I finished to completion. So I bounced off of 0 games. So I just can't put anything in that spot. So,
Wow, kudos to you for not bouncing off.
yeah, I mean, the sacrifice of that is I don't play as many games as like Tyler. Tyler gets to hit all these indie games, and I love that, and I love hearing about maybe all of those games that otherwise people wouldn't like. No one was talking about Shadow Gamut, but I know a lot about it because Tyler, takes the time and he hits those home runs, right?
Yeah.
But for me, there's just something in my brain. It's like I gotta see this through.
So like I played like 18 games this year and I finished all of them. So
Cool.
yeah.
My best game that I suck at, which I personally don't think that I suck at any games, but I do know, that I suck at Super Mario Bros. Wonder, but that's not my nominee. Dwayne, I know you carried me.
He's crazy, man.
Because when I play that game, I just run at full speed at whatever's in front of me and I just jump. But my true game best game that I suck at is Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. And let me explain. This DLC, I fully completed 2077. Loved it. And who's the
Couldn't have loved it that much.
CD Projekt Red stated that you should start a new game when playing this DLC. I did not. I said, nah, I'm good. I can't go through that again. I just want to play the DLC. I started a new character. To get the trophies that I wanted for the platinum, I said, I'm going to reset my entire build. And they do that for you. So I spec'd into all these different things that I wasn't used to playing as, and it completely like wrecked me. I was so used to being this pro cyberware hacker lady that's so badass that can just like do damage from afar, and all of a sudden I'm beating things with a bat and I feel like a loser. I eventually got over it, but when I started that DLC, I felt like I sucked at the game because I was losing to enemies. I was face checking things. I didn't know what was going on. So that like balance of either starting the game over so you get accustomed to the new they're not traits, but like the new
Skill tree.
Yeah. Like that really messed with me because I chose not to start at level 1. I was given like 50 skill points and they're like, oh, play some wherever you want. I was like, I don't know where to put these. I haven't played in forever. So that was the game that I sucked at. But the best game that I bounced off of was 100% Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm sorry, Nate. I'm going to play it. But this game is a struggle for me. And we tried playing multiplayer. I may have fell asleep. That's my bad.
Allegedly.
We were worried. We're like, do we have his mom's number?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Now I do.
Yeah.
Marry Campese, man.
I fell asleep during the multiplayer. And on top of that, this is a hard game to play multiplayer from the start. And I think John has alluded to this multiple times where this is a game where you might have to play through single player first and then play multiplayer after because you miss out on so many things during the multiplayer playthrough, like dialogue and loot. And it's overall a difficult game to play with multiple players. And that's how I intended to play from launch. I thought that I was going to play through this game with a partner. And on top of that, I started playing my single player playthrough. I got through like 2.5 to 3 hours of dialogue, no combat whatsoever. I ran into a cave, got laser beamed down. I was like, this is a modern game. It's on PC. Surely there's like some autosave in between what I just did. No, there was no autosave. So I lost like 3 hours of progress. So I bounced super hard off of that. I'm in no way saying that this is a bad game. I fully intend to play this game like through and through, and I'm very excited to play it. But I did bounce super hard off of it.
I mean, it's fair. Like I have yet to finish the game, so it's one of those like you put 50 hours in, it's like, and you're done with Act 1.
Just to reinforce Jeff's point here with Cyberpunk, 100%. If anyone's listening, thinking about playing, first of all, this is the best time to jump into Cyberpunk ever. It's
for sure,
amazing game. Like if you haven't touched it, I'm envious because this might be your favorite game ever. Start a new character for sure. That's what I did, and it was amazing. And then with Baldur's Gate 3, 100% you have to play by yourself first. And then once you get like comfortable with most of it, like that first playthrough you have, then jump into the multiplayer. Because I'm still finding new things with playing with my cousin through the hard mode, but I have a gist of the basics of the main dialogue stuff where I feel like I'm not missing out if he's talking to someone and I'm doing something else, right? So
yeah,
just wanted to reemphasize that. I think those are incredible points you made, Jeff.
All right, so mine, as far as the games I suck at, Lies of P, it's a Souls game. Obviously, I suck at it. Although I did beat the first boss. I was like happy that I killed the first boss.
Yeah.
So I was like, and like I kept doing it, and and maybe this changes, but the big difference between Lies of P and like Elden Ring or anything else is Lies of P. When I died, I was like, I just got to run up these stairs, hit that boss again. That's big for me. I'll bash my head against something multiple times if it's a quick reset. But if I lose a ton of stuff or I have to run through a bunch of stuff again, like that's where I just bounce off. So I bounce off of that. The Leica H through Blood, I cannot wrap my head around rotating my motorcycle with my like right trigger, but then pausing time, lining up a thing, shooting it, using my motorcycle to block their bullet, but then like reflecting stuff back. Like it's very muscle memory is not used to those things, so I suck at that. And then Against the Storm, which is that city builder roguelike, and then similarly the SteamWorld build. I think Against the Storm is more involved, a little bit better. SteamWorld build is like a kind of low stakes city builder. I think it's good, like it's competent, it does some cool things, but like I'm not good at city builders. I get not overwhelmed, but it's just like I don't like to kind of like slowly build up stuff. I like to just mainline something, and it's like, yeah, but your port is backed up or whatever. It's a very Kyle game with like, here's your spreadsheets, go have the the perfect output or whatever. So those I suck at. Bounced off all of them except Against the Storm, because Against the Storm does a very good thing where I feel like I'm learning something and getting better at that game every time I play it. And they're run based, so like you can do it if you suck, whatever, you don't lose a ton, you still keep going forward. But the game that I put is I bounced off. So anyway, best game I suck at, Against the Storm. Best game I bounced off of, I'm actually putting Octopath Traveler 2, because I don't know why I stopped playing that game, because I very much enjoyed it. It was just like, I think I picked the right characters, which drew me in. And then towards like the, end of that first part of the game, it's like I'm starting to play some of the characters that maybe aren't as interesting as the other ones. And then I slowly just kind of like fell off of it. So
fair.
That's, yeah.
If you're playing Octopath Traveler 2, you have to pick, you don't have to, but you get to pick one of the 8 characters at the beginning to be like the main character, quote unquote. I picked the absolute worst one, which is the dancer. Agni's like fun and cool girl, but holy God, does it not fit into the whole narrative at all? You should probably pick the warrior. That's all I'm going to say. You should probably pick the warrior if you're going to play that game. It makes the most narrative sense, and I'll leave it there.
It's a great, yeah.
If Tyler picked
game.
the dancer at the beginning, you would have hated this game.
I would have bounced off. But I put time into it.
Exactly.
It was probably like 10 hours or so.
You went with Throne, like the Thief,
Yeah.
which is a great.
It was super interesting.
Yeah.
All right. That's everything.
Yes.
I know we're at 3.5 hours. Do we do the top 5 for the thing, or do we just each run through our top? Because like we still have to do best moment, and I don't want to kill the best moment.
Right.
So rather that we don't necessarily have to give context, I think what we do is we go around the horn, go 10-1. Context, just be like, here's the top 10 personal lists.
Yeah.
And then let's do best moment, and then maybe we'll talk off air about like the top 5, and then we'll maybe just say it out after that works. Because we'll be debating forever at that point.
Yeah.
Like
that's a
I
good call.
will get pummeled, but I will go into a fist fight if Mario gets on the top 5. So we gotta.
If it makes you feel better, I won't fight for it.
Okay, so I'm going just through the top 10, just listing them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So number 10, I have Spider-Man 2. Number 9, I have Dave the Diver. 8, Dead Space. 7, Hogwarts Legacy. 6, Octopath Traveler 2. 5, Resident Evil 4 Remake. 4, Hi-Fi Rush. 3, Final Fantasy 16. 2, Alan Wake 2. 1, Baldur's Gate 3. It's my game of the year.
This is my top 10, which may or may not be the correct top 10. I did not play or did not list these in my top 10 because I did not feel like I had enough time with them, which are Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Alan Wake 2, Jedi Star Wars Survivors, Dead Space Remake, Hogwarts Legacy, Octopath Octopath Traveler 2, and Goodbye Volcano High. So with those games not being on this list, this is my top 10. And I will say 10 is a little bit of it just barely made it. I almost just did a top 9. 10, Final Fantasy 16. 9, Star Ocean Second Story R. 8, Warcraft Rumble, which is a mobile game. 7, Hi-Fi Rush. 6, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. 5, Dave the Diver. 4, World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. 3, Resident Evil 4 Remake. 2, Lies of P. And number 1, Diablo 4.
Wow. Okay. Dang. Diablo 4 is your game of the year.
I love you, Nate. We had a special thing.
All right. That's awesome. Okay. Number 10 for me is Backpack Hero. It just for everyone's wondering, knocked out Spider-Man officially. Number 9 is Hi-Fi Rush. Number 8 is Resident Evil 4 Remake. Number 7 is Dredge. Number 6 is Diablo 4. 5 is Hogwarts Legacy. Number 4 is Dave the Diver. Number 3 is Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew. Number 2 is Alan Wake 2. And number 1 is Baldur's Gate 3.
That's the best.
I'm
It's
seeing
good.
some layovers, but I love that we all have like our own
Yeah.
placement.
We can go on forever about Baldur's Gate. It's just one of those, like, seeing what went into that and seeing how that game affected how I perceived other games is just, you have to give it its due.
It affected the entire list,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
You know?
100%. Yeah. Okay. So we will put a little timestamp thingy because I do want to talk. Are you guys good? I mean, if you guys are burnt, we can.
good.
Okay.
I'm golden.
We'll
baby.
keep it somewhat quick-ish, but I want to get all the best moments in games, right? So like things that made you feel all warm and fuzzy and that you loved and like just standout moments. I don't know how we want to do this. Like rather than just having someone go through, because like you said, John,
like
you had
10
like you had a
moments,
ton of them, and
yeah.
like John or Jeff, do you have like multiple moments, or do you have like one like main?
I got one.
You got
but
one? That's fine.
No. I don't just have one. I can do this.
Okay. So I figure rather than
I know you have a lot of notes for your 10, so I figure you can pull something from
Yes,
every
I
one
do,
of those
I do.
10. Yeah.
I only have a few, but I figure rather than having one person go through like every moment, we can kind of just do like pick a moment and we'll just kind of go around and
Sure.
and go that way. So,
All right. You want me to lead it off?
yeah, kick it off.
Okay, so Octopath Traveler 2, one of the most underrated games of the year. I feel like everyone slept on it. Made me incredibly upset not to see any nominations at the Game Awards. So I wanted to have its due. My favorite part of this game, first of all, I think the concept is incredible for this game. I love the fact that there's 8 different characters around the world that have their own unique story. I wish they connected more, although I looked back compared to the first one. This one does a better job of that because the ending does connect all the stories. They all have hints to it, which was really, really cool. I think in the future, this could be one of my favorite games. Like if they come out with a third one, I really hope they do and keep refining it. My favorite moment from this game, though, was specifically one of the characters. Her name is Throne. She's the thief, the girl that Tyler started with. She was amazing.
Real quick, we should probably mention we mentioned there were spoilers.
I thought that was your whole thing.
That was.
This
I
is
said
the
with
spoiler
timestamp it.
segment.
I just want to be
So-
very,
Yeah.
very clear with people. We will be
Right.
spoiling with these moments.
Yeah.
I need to be said.
Yeah.
But I'll put it in the time notes too. Okay,
No,
I'm
100%.
sorry. Go ahead.
So, did you finish her story?
I didn't, so
Oh.
you're going to spoil it for me. That's totally fine.
It
That's why
sucks. I wish you
jogged
could
my
play
memory.
it. So there's just a lot of plot twists at the end.
Sure.
Essentially, you're like going through this, and she's like an orphan that's trained to be like an assassin and stuff, like that kind of, shtick or whatever. And then you eventually find out that the guy who's training her, who's like the leader of this orphanage, is her dad. But then it's another plot twist where he's not actually her dad. And this like other guy is her dad. It's very complicated to explain. I'm not going to go through all of it, but it had my jaw on the floor crazy. I couldn't believe what was happening. I just thought it was such an amazing storyline that she went through. Roller coaster ride. Did not see the plot twist coming, and I think they paid off in an incredible way. So the end of Throne's story in particular is something that jumped out as me as a best moment this year. I didn't do it justice describing it, but it's very complicated, so I didn't want to go through the whole thing, but it was awesome.
Are we saving our number one for like a notable, like, hey, this is my number one moment?
However you want to do it.
Okay. Well, I will save my number one moment for whenever that comes. But one moment that stuck out in particular is my current playing of World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. And I know you guys might be rolling your eyes like, oh, Jeff's talking about MMO again. But if you listen to any of the other episodes that I've been on, or specifically like our top 25 episode of all time, I mentioned World of Warcraft being up there as my number one game of all time because of the people you meet, because of the friends you keep. And I'm going to New York City this year to visit one of my World of Warcraft friends that, we continue to stay in contact over World of Warcraft. And he's a dear friend of mine. And during Season of Discovery, which is basically World of Warcraft Classic mixed with modern World of Warcraft, I have found a new guild. And I just did a pickup raid, which is, just, hey, we're spamming chat. Anyone looking for group? I joined this raid in the game, and I messaged them over Discord. And I said, hey, I had a really great time with you guys during the raid. Do you have a spot in your guild for me or my class? And they said, well, we're not necessarily looking for a hunter. Would you be willing to level a rogue? I said, absolutely, I'll level a rogue. And so shout out to Mongo Life, which is my current guild in World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. It's a bunch of new friends that I've been playing with, and it is what attracts me to World of Warcraft is the friend aspect. I hope that we continue to play Season of Discovery together, and it's why MMOs resonate so much with me. I don't really look at it from a loot perspective or a pickup group aspect of it. I do actively seek out a guild to play the game with and to make friendships over. It's not like a one and done kind of thing for me. And I've had a phenomenal time with Season of Discovery, and I found a new guild. And similar to how World of Warcraft picked me up in my worst of times, not that I'm in a bad spot at all, but it just continues to deliver memories for me. So that was one of my 2023 memories / current things.
Mine is not going to. Okay, so I think I have 3 or 4, but this is my lowest on my list. So I got the new Assassin's Creed game, and I got Ghost Runner, and I was kind of playing those two, and they're fine. But then I started my Call of Duty campaign, right? And it's the classic, like, you put on your scuba gear and you go in the water and you're going towards this, like, essentially like Alcatraz looking thing. And we're like, all right, we're breaking out so and so. I'm like, okay, like, this is where, like, if you remember how you got like soap out and stuff. So they're all talking. They're
Price.
Price. So you're going, you're doing all your thing. I'm like, okay, well, this is very like deja vu and everything. And you're going and you're picking off dudes and whatnot. And you get in there and you're like, okay, step into the light. And then you find out it's actually Makarov from the Modern Warfare thing. And you're like, wait, what? So, like, if you remember how you were like mowing down people in an airport and how like crazy that was, the game basically tricks you into doing that in this. So, like, you go to this prison, you're murdering all of these guards thinking they're just like the quote unquote bad guy. And maybe this is racist of me. It's just like, it sounded like everyone was American on my team. But then, like, suddenly all the people I was with are switching to like Russian accents and speaking in, and like, wait, what? And then you literally, you break this dude out, and then you go and mow everyone out and murder everyone out and stuff. And it's just like that perspective switch of like, oh, I'm the bad guy. That was kind of cool. Like, it was a fresh take on it, more or less. And it just, that mixed with, like, say what we will about Call of Duty. Call of Duty looks pretty good. Like, their engine at this point is like, it's a good looking game. It ran really well. So, like, as much flack as it's getting. I can't obviously talk about the full campaign yet, but like that first mission was like kind of dope. And maybe it's just I've been out of Call of Duty for a while. That was like, that's what I needed. But speaking of like I should have seen it coming from a Call of Duty, but I was just like, oh damn, like because I'm thinking like, oh, I popped that guy in the head. I was like, that was probably a good guy. So like it's one of those things like you're going through, like you shut the power down to the prison. So like there's a riot going on, prisoners are out, you're killing all these guards, and I'm just like, well, I just set free all these like actual bad guys that are like,
wait, this happens in a Call of Duty?
Yeah, in the very first mission. And I'm like, it was a really good start. Like, apparently this is a terrible campaign and like super short and it's like and whatnot, but like I liked the first mission. I gotta be honest there. So yeah. That was a cool
That's
twist.
a great pick. That makes me kind of want to play it, but I refuse to. But that's
fair.
awesome.
That's fair. Yeah.
All right. My second moment. This is really in no particular order. Diablo 4 has maybe the greatest cutscene of all time.
Oh,
This CGI cutscene, I don't even want to fathom how much this cost. I could see the money pouring out of Blizzard rendering this cutscene. You're in hell. It's this epic battle of the angel guy. Forget his name.
Anarius.
Apologies. Yes, Anarius. He during the game he's gathering his forces, and you see them in the church during the whole game, and he's hyping them up to invade hell. And you kind of play through that, but then it goes into this cutscene. You get to see it play out. All these demons charge against all the good guys. It's crazy. It's awesome. It's a beautiful cutscene. You get to see Lilith and Anarius finally get that moment that Jeff is alluding to that explores their relationship. He's trying to get back to heaven and thinks he gets her and he doesn't. And it was awesome. And I was super hyped, just eyes glued to the screen the whole time. It was so sick. Might be the greatest cutscene of all time. What a moment. 2023.
Yeah.
So that's one of my top ones.
great. Oh God, that cutscene definitely hits. I don't really have a story beat right here, but I am going to explain why Star Ocean's second story R is special to me in a weird way. And during my top 25 games of all time, I list Tales of Destiny as one of the first JRPGs that got me into the genre. I didn't have a PlayStation 1. I got a PlayStation 2 and had to play all the back catalog on PS1. Star Ocean Second Story R is a remake of the second Star Ocean game that never came to the East, and it shows. However, it is very much Tales of Destiny, and I wish I had more time with this game. There are 14 unlockable party members, and I only unlocked 2.
And you could beat it with only unlocking
Yes.
2. Wow.
Yes. You
Okay.
can beat it without unlocking anyone.
That's wild.
You can literally beat it with 2 characters. And the story itself is a mix of, for all those modern gamers there, it's literally a mix of Horizon Zero Dawn and Dragon Ball Z. It is actually good. It is a good story, and it's like inventive, and it makes you think, and it also makes you like use your own imagination to think about what the characters are doing or why they might be doing this. And there's like a level of humanity in there that shouldn't probably be explored in today's world, but it's a special game, and I don't think it hits on everything. I don't think it hits on gameplay. I don't think it hits on some of like the pacing. But if you are up for an old school RPG experience, this is a very special one. And this is one that I wasn't really looking for this year, but it was on my calendar. I played it, and it hit all of those Tales of Destiny notes for me and more. It's not going to crack my top 25 of all time, but it is very much a special game.
Nice. So I assume you have an Alan Wake moment.
Yes.
Do we want to talk about that?
I have a different one than you.
You do?
Yep.
Okay. So, Jeff, did you play Alan Wake since you?
No.
Okay, like at all. So like
You
where
guys
you
can
left
talk.
off. Okay. I don't want to like spoil it. you know, like the Herald of Darkness song they did at the Game Awards, and it was just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like that's in the game. Like you saw.
I was
like,
aware.
Okay. The idea of jumping in and then they were like, oh, and Alan Wake, they turn it into a musical, and then it's just like you're just walking through essentially like a bunch of projector screens as this rad song is playing and live action people are dancing and you're like shooting dudes, but then like the way that it's made where like it just elongates the song as long as it takes you to get through something, like it's totally fine. That's when I was like furiously texting John, I'm like, what the hell is this game? Like it's so cool. That was one where just like I'm like, I will mainline the heck out of this game. Like it's just like a big smile on my face just walking through it. Like it was such a weird moment, but like that is such a standout of like, I'm like, that's when like you said you were playing the game. I'm like scrubbing your past VODs of like,
I'm like, oh,
where is it? And then I realized you didn't get past like
no, I couldn't get past the starting area.
But I was like, I cannot, like I immediately texted him and I immediately was like, I cannot wait to watch that on stream. But it is such a cool moment. Like that was a highlight. That might be my number one moment. I'm not to skip it, but it's up there.
That's a great.
It's so good.
That's an amazing moment.
Yeah.
Such a unique moment.
Dumb. It's
How do
so
you even
dumb.
describe that to someone? It's awesome.
And
So
it's
that's a
like
great pick.
that song is stuck in my head, and it's just this weird thing of like it's a good song.
Yeah.
Like it's catchy, it's fun, it's a
good.
good melody. But then like you do
Metal.
all of that, and then you have like the janitor just like humming it in your head. I'm like, dude, that's what I literally sound like because I'm like constantly. It's such a well-made thing.
Wow,
Yeah.
what a great game. Great moment. I'm going to do 2 right here because I technically have 11. So I apologize, but there's
I
just
got
so much I
one
want to
more.
talk about. I wanted to talk about Star Wars for a second. There was one fight in particular that was super awesome in Star Wars. Did you play Star Wars?
No, but man, if I did, I know you guys were kind of low on it, but I do think that would have cracked my top 10 because of how much I liked Fallen Order.
Yeah, it's not a bad game. It really isn't. It just didn't hit the same as the first one for me. But anyways, there's this one fight where you're fighting against this big Empire. It's not an AT-AT. It's like a different thing, but it's essentially a giant robot thing. And you have Marin with you, and she has like this teleportation ability, and you're literally teleporting all across the battlefield onto its back and then away and dodging it. The camera, the action, the music while it's going was such a crazy, adrenaline-inducing sequence. It was wild, and I had a smile on my face the whole time because it was so awesome. So that really stuck out to me in that game in particular. And then kind of a similar vein is in Spider-Man when you get to play as Venom. When you're Harry and you get to play as Venom and you're destroying Oscorp and absolutely crushing people. The weight of the attacks in which you're just throwing people and you're just this absolute unit, unstoppable. And that kind of transitions into the Kraven fight in Times Square. So sick, so awesome. My blood was pumping the whole time. I love both of those moments for very similar reasons. So I wanted to tie those together. It was really cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. I'm going to save my last number one moment for next, but this moment, and I'm not going to spoil it. I refuse to, but the ending to Liza P. I cannot, like what you guys are all explaining about the entirety of Alan Wake, which is confusing to me. I could just say with like the ending to Liza P. It is one that you will never see coming. It is one that you're like, oh, this is what they're doing. And it just straight excites you. It's something that you know that this developer is going to be around. Well, God, I hope they are. Because this ending is so fucking good that you're like, the next game or whatever they do next. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, similar to these Alan Wake moments that you guys are talking about that I don't understand, you cannot comprehend this ending to Lies of P because it is so, like, WTF. That's all you can say is because it doesn't fit the main narrative, but somehow it does because you picked this ending and because you didn't go with this, and then because of this happened, and then you're like, oh, of course it's there. Yes, please, more, and you're shouting like, yes, give me more, but you don't get more.
It just
go ahead.
No, I don't get more. I was like, I want that.
Yeah,
I mean, that sounds. Does Lies of P have a difficulty setting, or are they very much like a Souls thing?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
You might want to Google it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or like do like Lies of P only cinematics or
Did
something
you stream
along
that
those
one?
lines. I streamed the entire game, but I did not stream the ending.
Oh,
Because I had to move on to another game, so I had to beat the
Okay.
game off
All right,
stream.
that's fair.
Wow.
That's fair. Okay, so mine. I think honestly, this is probably like my last one because the way you guys are talking, it's like, yeah, I've had a lot of good experiences this year. Like it's been great, and like, hey, I got a level 100 of Diablo. That's cool. Whatever. So this one, I'm gonna try to be concise, and I apologize. This is Shadow Gambit, but let me try to set this up. So Shadow Gambit, a top-down stealth game, right? You start off, it's just you and your character. You're going, you're killing people. Then you get 2 characters. You're going around, you're killing people, and then you work your way up to 4 characters. So the way that the game works is you have a party of 8. You pick your 4 characters, and anyone you didn't bring, the next time you bring them, they actually get double XP and stuff. So they keep everyone like pretty level. So in the game, your ship, and John, I think you weren't here when I was explaining this, but like your ship has the ability to save states of time and reload. Basically, it's just save scumming, but that's part of the game, and they bake that into the ship. So that's what her power is. The big bad guy in this steals that power, corrupts it, and then if you're doing something she doesn't like, she just resets the game, which is wild, right? So like,
the ship does?
no, the person took the it's not correct, but like the heart of the ship, steals her power, and now she just controls your game of like, I can reset your thing. So if you get too far, like in like the final level or whatever, she resets it.
It's like some Kojima stuff, man. That's sick.
It's not to that level, but it's a cool, like, they're working in the save mechanic to actual gameplay and how you play the game. So they know what you're doing. But the cool thing with this, and the moment was throughout, like, you're playing through it and you find these like little cracks in game time and loopholes and different things like that. But at the end, the game is like, all right, we're like, the crew is like, it's our final chance. We have to stop her. And you're like, okay. But they, like, when they say we, they mean we. So up to now, you're working with 4 characters and you're just going through. The game is like, here's everybody, have fun. And you're just like, wait, what? And then you are so you just steamroll it. Because before it was like, well, I have to decide, do I want to snipe this guy or take him out quickly? Now, it doesn't matter because you have 8 people that you can do. So now you're like plotting these things in the game. You can pause the game, tell everyone to do something, hit unpause, and they all like murder everyone at the same time. So you're going through this, you're steamrolling, you're this powerful thing. You get to the very end, and you have Afia, who is the main character, and she's like basically bantering back and forth with the bad guy. The bad guy is like, you can't get me or whatever, and she's walking towards him. And then every character lines up behind you because you rescue them all over the course of the last mission. And every single character pulls out their pistol, and then together they all like shoot. So you have like 8 pistols go off and just obliterate this enemy. And I was like, damn, that's like, and they're all like an inch big on your screen, right? But like, however, it's not this very cinematic thing, but in the world, in the space, because it's like she just erases time. It's a whole thing. It's just a white screen, but it's like you and your crew that you grew to like love and know all their backstories and everything, and they all just like shoot her at the same time. Man, it was a pretty good story. It was like, man, that's so. It's effectively like, again, it's not to Mass Effect levels of like the final like suicide mission, whatever. But it was like everyone's playing their part. You go and you like. It's one of the best final missions I've ever played in a game. It's really, really cool.
High praise
That's
for Shadow Gambit.
That's my number one. If
love
you're
it.
into strategy games or stealth games, Shadow Gambit is very, very, very good.
Cool.
Yeah.
I love it. How many more do you have, Jeff?
I've maxed 2.
Okay, I'll do a couple in a row here, just really quick, because I have so many. Because there were just amazing moments.
Sure.
Sea of Stars was a great game I played this year, and I was telling Tyler, I thought it was a good game, but it just really wasn't hitting me. I was like, yeah, it's just like an RPG, this and that, or whatever. And there's a particular moment where you travel through the Sea of Stars, which is like, I guess, a network to get to another universe. And it was fucking crazy, dude. It went into a 3D game while you were traveling across. Did you play it?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're
I
talking
was
about.
like, what is going on? And then my favorite character in the game reveals that she's actually like a cyborg from this different world coming to your world to get you to go over there and save them. It was all pre-planned and stuff. I was like, what is happening? My brain was in a blender. It was super awesome. I was totally in from that
I'm
point
getting
on.
text messages of just like, I was so wrong.
Yeah, so that was sick. Really loved Sea of Stars. And then my favorite moment, Hi-Fi Rush, which might surprise all of you guys. So when you fight Corsica, who is the security chief, and she eventually joins your team, and one of my favorite characters in the game. When you beat her, I think she flies into the air or something, and you do a quick time event to catch her, and I fucked it up.
I fucked it up too.
And I have not laughed harder in such a long time. She just drops on her head.
First of all,
Tries
that
to-
quick time event comes out of nowhere.
Nowhere. I had the controller down because like, woo, I beat that one. Controller was down and said, press A right now. It's like, I can't. She just lands on her head. Chai's sitting there looking at the camera like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
It was the funniest thing. I was dying. And then the cutscene after, he's just bonking her head off of every doorway. She's got like 1,000 concussions. It was so funny. That moment just really stuck out to me because I thought it was hilarious. So
I mean, if we're on Hi-Fi Rush real quick, so
Yeah.
like the one that I like had that was like, I just really thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Was when Cinnamon was like, or no, not Cinnamon. Cinnamon? Is
The
that
robot?
No,
The cat?
Peppermint.
Peppermint.
Peppermint's
The Bane
the
side.
girl.
yeah, and
Yeah.
she was talking about like, oh, it's my brother and blah 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 blah, and then Chai's like, so your mom has a competing robot arm company or whatever. Because like you think you know what he's gonna say, and he says that. And I'm like, oh, he's such a lovable idiot. Like I don't know what it was, but that just, God, I love that moment. I was like, that's so good. Anyway, I'm sorry.
That game's
good.
chock full.
Yeah.
Like when the 808, the cat
Yeah,
fights,
Yep.
you get to fight as the cat. The final battle. It's
Dude.
amazing.
Or like, and then you have the heartfelt things too, when you're in like that cage and like you're slowly like you're hearing the music and you're like breaking out of it and stuff. Like, does that, so like with the Wolfgang fight, did you get that with the stream music turned off, or did you get like a secondary track? 'Cause it's
I
like
don't-
Wolfgang's what, symphony or whatever.
Beethoven's
Fifth.
I don't know. I assume I got a secondary track because I didn't get anything that was like noticeable. I didn't get anything that was like, oh, I recognize that artist or that. It
Yeah.
was very much like, I can't even remember the studio.
Like the dude that turns into a wolf, like it's literally Beethoven's Fifth
You're
playing,
right.
and I'm like, that is
It's remixed. Yeah, yeah.
so cool. Well,
Yeah,
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 sure.
yeah.
He doesn't have like synths or whatever, but like, oh, it was so cool. That game.
It was good.
No,
Yeah.
Tango. Like I just looked it up. Like most of it was like song, whatever.
Tango Gameworks.
Gameworks.
Yeah.
I was like,
Right.
okay, like
I wonder how different that is. Like, I mean,
know.
like their stuff's cool, and like clearly you had a good time playing it, but like some of those songs are just so good in that like those fights.
Yeah.
And it's not even a moment, but if we're on the Hi-Fi Rush train, like one of the ones that I laughed out loud was a joke that the employees were making about like how one of their bosses added 2 extra days to the like the actual calendar, and they're like their mandatory work days. I was like, I relate to that so much. Like, oh, there's actually 9 days in the weekday now. Like,
Dude, the one boss fight where he's blowing the budget. You see the budget at the top.
you're literally trying to blow his budget.
I need a second volcano. It's like $1,000. It was so funny. That's a great game.
Yeah. I only have two more memories or
Memories.
Oh, what was my last one? Oh God. Oh,
Lies P ending.
no. I already talked about that.
Yeah, that was your last one.
That was my last one, correct. If I'm going for two more, and I'm not going to go full into detail with my number two, but it is the overarching Dion story and the twists and turns with him, the love that he forgoes to pursue others. I thought that Dion was one of the most interesting Final Fantasy characters that I've seen in a long time. So I don't know. I was just so pleasantly surprised by that in a game that, kind of left me wanting more outside of the characters. But my number one moment of 2023 was when my Diablo 4 hardcore character died. And there's a reason Diablo 4 was my number one game of the year. It's because I had so much fun playing hardcore mode, and I talk a lot about how experience mean a lot to me in gaming. And I felt like I was truly a part of this first to 1,000 race. Nate and I were playing hardcore mode. He's one of the very few, I don't want to say brave enough, but one of the very few patient enough to play that mode with me. And I thought we had a great time playing it. The first time our characters got murdered by the Butcher, and we're like, we couldn't even we couldn't even run. We just got annihilated by the Butcher. And we're like, okay, restart at level 1. But there was a moment where my character was reaching level 70, and if I had lived, there would have been a moment where I could have pulled all-nighters for 3 days in a row and got my name on that statue. And unfortunately, Diablo 4 does this thing. It's really good at making you feel powerful. And then as soon as you feel comfortable, as soon as you feel like you can take on everything around you, it knocks you down. And that's exactly what happened. I felt like I was really strong. I just entered Nightmare 3 or World Tier 3. I can't remember what they call it. And I entered a cellar. And I was like, oh, this is just a cellar. I don't have to pop a potion that resurrects me on death. I can just wipe this out. And a couple of explosions went off, and this character that I spent so much time with was just gone. And this title screen came up and was like, your character will be archived in this. And I'm like, I just sat back in my chair, and it wasn't live on stream. It wasn't, during the night. I wasn't on Discord with anyone. And I just took a long breath, and I said, that was a journey. I am extremely thankful for that journey. It was something that I haven't experienced in gaming yet. And I experienced it with Nate, and I had a fantastic time. And it was a moment.
Immediately uninstalled.
No, but I played that game in a very different way. I didn't really care about the gear. I didn't really care about the end game. I just wanted to immerse myself in the hardcore mode, and it delivered on so many levels for me.
That's awesome, because it is so different than, exact opposite of for me, Diablo is grinding and pushing, and you're going to die, but let's see how high you can get as far as the tier of dungeon and stuff like that. So it's cool that it's flexible like that.
Yeah, it was so different from even Diablo 2. I sunk so many hours into Diablo 2. I never played a Diablo where I played hardcore mode, and this just offered such a different experience. And it's why I'm so excited for Path of Exile 2, of just everything is a danger, right? You step outside of town, you're cautious, you're nervous, you're on edge.
It's more immersive because you're
100%.
really taking a look at every single thing, sizing everything up. Totally get that.
You're crafting, and one of the things that Nate and I were doing, we're preparing for each boss fight that we haven't encountered in the story.
Yeah.
We're what the hell? We have no clue what this boss is going to throw at us. We need to have our death potions. We need to have our health potions. We need to have as best armor as we could, because we didn't want to lose that hardcore character. It was so much fun. So Nate, if you're listening, if you made it this far, which I doubt you did, but shout outs to you, man. I had such a blast playing Diablo 4 with you, and it's my game of the year.
Love it.
Beat that.
I can't. I have a bunch more, so I'm going to try to get these.
Yeah, that's all
quickly.
you, man. You have the floor.
Look, this year has been amazing for games, and I had so many amazing moments that I just want everyone to get their little piece in the spotlight. So I appreciate everyone bearing with us here. There's just so much to talk about, too much even. Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. there's a particular moment in this where you have to make a choice, and it's regarding Songbird. You either have to betray her or you go with her plan. And I'm not going to go into all of it, but it's a very binary choice. And there are a few choices in video games where I sit there as long as I did with that one. I did not know what to do. I love Songbird. She's a great character. I also understand what the mission is. And part of the mission, betraying her, quote unquote, could be saving her because she's kind of being reckless. But you understand that she doesn't want to be captured again. So there are two completely diverging paths. I betrayed her. And I stuck to the mission. I stuck to the mission because in my heart, I believed that in betraying her, I would be saving her.
I understand that choice.
And I'm telling you right now, this game turned into a horror game.
Yeah.
It was the most crazy thing. It took a 180. It was not even Cyberpunk anymore. I was hiding from this AI, terrifying, like alien-esque terramorph thing. It was unbelievable. So I can't go into detail what a decision. I literally sat there for 10 minutes thinking about it, and I was so close to like Googling like what the, because I did not want to get it wrong, but I stopped myself and I just went with my gut. Cyberpunk 2077, great game. And I felt terrible, and it kept me up at night, and it was awful. It was depressing. Both outcomes are terrible. There's no winning in that game.
No, yeah.
Hogwarts Legacy. The Sorting Hat ceremony is something that anyone who's a Harry Potter fan has been waiting for like your whole life. And the fact that you could combine that with your quiz that you take with the house that you're in, getting that hat put on me and immediately they say Slytherin is my dream come true. They put me in a Slytherin. You get to go to the common room. I mean, that is so awesome, dude. I go to the dungeon. We get the common room. There's like, we get to see the bottom of the lake in the Slytherin common room. It's so sick. You get to hang out with all the boys. That's like as close as I'll ever get to going to Hogwarts, and it was an awesome moment. So that was really special for me. Okay, Alan Wake 2. It was different than Tyler's. That's definitely the best moment of the game, the musical scene. But a close second for me, which was the beach fight, the boss fight at the end of the game, where you get the same band, which is a real life band, but they're also a band in the game, and they have a song, and it's like the summoning or something, and they are summoning Alan Wake from the water by playing the song. So there's this metal song going on while you're fighting waves of enemies on the beach, while you have one of the FBI agents or whatever, the FBC agents giving you ammo, and there's like a box you have to get the bad guy in. It's crazy. It's overwhelming. It's super sick. There's nothing like it.
Like leading up to that, though, you're going down, like, so the woods that you were in, like as you're going down to the woods to the beach, these guys in the band are driving their van just down. So they're like clearing out all these things for you. And by the time you get all the way down, they're set up, they're ready, like they're on top of their van, like ready to like play. Like it's
awesome.
This game sounds so weird.
You're walking down and they're doing mic checks and audio checks and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's, oh my God.
And the sound in there, it sounds like it's so good.
There's reverberation and oh my God. That was top 3. Number 2, Baldur's Gate 3. Raphael is a devil that you meet early on in Baldur's Gate, and he makes you this deal to save you from the predicament that you're in with the tadpole that's in your head. And if you haven't played it, this makes no sense to you, but anyone who has knows what I'm talking about. You eventually, and this is spoilers, so I apologize to you guys, but you eventually get to go to his house in Avernus, in hell, and you get to you can either steal a weapon to break out one of the people that you need to beat the big brain. And exploring that house and seeing all the Easter eggs tied to like Avernus and seeing the Raphael's like own personal place was so sick, along with the boss fight that you have when you get to fight him. And it's my favorite soundtrack in the game. And it is just a combination. It is so amazing. I just can't do it justice. Cool. I can't do it justice. There's so much packed into that one environment that was just amazing. One of my favorite moments. But my number 1, which I talked about many times, comes from Final Fantasy 16. It's the Bahamut fight. So, yeah, Jeff is like, totally wrong.
You like Mario Wonder. So that's how that feels.
That's your number 1?
It's my number 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is such a ridiculous and crazy fight. with the soundtrack going on, one of my favorite tunes in that game as well. It gets so absurd. You're eventually fighting in space. Bahamut's about to blow up the world, and you block it. Literally, I was a 8-year-old kid again on my couch watching Dragon Ball Z. It was so awesome. It got more and more absurd, more and more crazy, and that's right up my alley. And I loved it. And I was so giddy.
Okay.
The entire fight. I can't describe it. And I know it's like objectively not the best moment, but for me it was, because it just was right up my alley.
I don't think you can say it's not.
No, I mean, Mario Wonder is subjectively the
exactly
shittiest Mario ever made, but that's fine. You know, some people like it.
It was an amazing moment. I loved all the boss fights in that game, and that one stood out to me. I also think Dion's an incredible character, and that translates to him being Bahamut too.
I do think that's one of the better boss fights in the game.
Yeah. You get to combine with the Phoenix, the whole brother thing's there. It's got everything I want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Brotherly love, insane stakes, over the top anime action. World's gonna end. Great soundtrack. My favorite moment.
Very cool.
You're going to love Final Fantasy 15.
Exactly. All right. Sorry, that was a lot, but I had so many moments I wanted to talk about.
That's awesome.
It's awesome.
Okay. If you made it this far,
Longest episode ever.
You're a champion.
No way, is it?
Easily.
Oh, not even close. By like
Easily.
40 minutes.
Easily. I was wondering why it's dark outside.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is pitch black. Huge thanks to Jeff for joining us today. Wouldn't be the same without you, man. So I know
Thank you.
how much passion you have for games. You stream this. That's your occupation.
Correct.
And what I love hearing your thoughts and feelings on the games. So tell the people where they can find you. You guys need to check him out. It's so much fun every day.
You can find me on X or Twitter at WhatKilledJeff, and you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/WhatKilledJeff. It's always a good time.
Yep, it's a lot of fun. Jeff, like I said, super passionate. He puts it all on the line when he's playing games, and he pops off. You feel it through the screen, man. I was cheering with him like when he beat like a boss in Hi-Fi Rush. It was so
It wasn't
awesome.
even a boss. It was like a mini boss.
But it was like
that samurai was insane.
it was nuts.
Yeah.
It's like you just won the Super Bowl, though. It's like amazing. And then, check us out at couchcompany.games. You can see all of our ratings there, all the games we just talked about. We would appreciate it if you check that out. And we just truly thank you for, if you listen to us at any point during the year, just caught a snippet here or there. We truly appreciate you. It's super awesome to know that people are listening. So with that being said, thanks for joining us on the couch. We're going to be here same time, same place next week. Peace.